Maybe if I have an apple. Maybe, but I have to chow down pretty hard. That's fine though. I can handle that. Hello, everybody. Yeah, screw it. Why not? Right. Hey, Lycus. Spilo. Screw yourself, man. Respectfully. Ooh, apple slice. Hey. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. I'm going to give a Tracer back-to-back. That's fine. I've coached so much Tracer, my eyes are bleeding from Tracer. But you know what? Honestly, like I actually said at the start of this, it's funny that you should mention that because at the start of this review, I talk about it, and I was like saying like, honestly, if I had to like coach one character, I think it would be Tracer. I think Tracer's probably like certainly yeah. I think it'd be Tracer. I think it'd be Tracer. Yeah, so hello, Orb. How much I bench? My max is like 280, 285. Yeah, cheers, Bitus. I appreciate the kind words. Thanks for the message. It's very nice of you. When is Emongg? Like 50 minutes? 55 minutes? I have to eat my apple, and then I gotta do a coaching session, and then we do Emongg. How's everyone doing? How y'all doing? You like it here? Nice. Welcome. Oh no. Apple slice. Been better, not gonna lie. I'm sorry. What's going on? I would slice my apples. Listen, man, I ain't got time to like my hands all sticky. You know what I'm saying? Your account banned and then unbanned. Oh, well, I'm glad to have you back. Apple and peanut butter is, yes, apple and peanut butter is elite tier. Bro, you're giving yourself cyanide poisoning. Typical orb L. Yeah, she eats the apple seeds. Y'all see this wind? Shut up, chicken. I don't want your pity. Or not pity, your support. I'm sorry you're sick, mate. No, it's just the freaking window. The wind's going. You know what I'm saying? You see your hair flowing around like a tumbleweed? I take that as a compliment. I am vulnerable to insults about my hair. I have yet to have an insult about my hair that has cut me to the quick. Not yet, anyway. Okay, actually, the one, what was it? The whole, like, okay, it's a little grandma-ish right now. That has cut me to the quick. You know what I'm saying? Ah, okay, baby. Dang it. I psyched myself out. No, okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. The headphones are coming off. Yeah, see, it's grandma-ish. No, just do the thing. No. Did I see PGE's new hair? No. Your hair poop? Your mama poop? Looking like Chewbacca? Well, could be worse, I guess. Hello, TikToker. Man, I can't even do this. Okay, Kaiju, you ready? Okay, ready? Can you go bald? I think you would rock the bald look. No. Okay, let's go. What's up?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Yourself?
I am all right. I'm coming off of like the busiest work week of the year, so I apologize that I kind of like sound a little froggy, but how are you?
Doing good. Yeah, no problem. Doing good. I guess do we want to look at your form? Is there anything you want to go over in your form, or are we just rolling?
So I said a lot in my form, but it's basically like my my tracer. She needs a helmet. I run into walls all the time. I have terrible blink management. But I think the biggest thing. Maybe you should just go. Yeah, look at it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Let's just.
I say too much, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess any questions, gameplay wise, mentality wise, anything else since last time?
No.
No.
It's a different role for me. I'm very inexperienced on DPS and especially on Tracer. I have about 5 thoughtful hours in Tracer, so in comparison to my other heroes, it's really, really low. But it's really fun. But I do have questions about specific scenarios. So when we get to those, I will ask them if you don't address them. But
okay, sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find your initial. Wait.
I can send it to you in Discord if you want me to.
Yeah. Shoot. Hang on one second. I'm doing some investigation here. I'm finding your old form.
Oh, like my Kiriko one?
Your sleep is worse. I knew it. I'm investigating. You can't hide from me. I'm like the world's best doctor. Okay. I knew it. Okay. Everything okay on that end? Is it better?
Yeah. We're good.
Okay. Because I went back and I was like, 7. That doesn't sound right. I remember the last time we talked. Okay. Yeah. Just shoot me the code whenever. Yeah.
Go. Okay. So code there.
Okay. Let's take a look. Plat Tracer, correct?
No, actually, no. I wish.
You said we have 5 hours, right? So like silver?
Yes. Yeah, I was. So I actually went 3 and 10 in my DPS placements, and it's bad.
Okay.
It's bad.
Understandable.
So embarrassing to say this. I absolutely played terribly, but I placed higher than I ever peaked.
Nice.
In DPS.
Nice.
But I went down again, so I'm at silver 2. So we're at silver 2.
That's not bad. That's not bad for only the few hours that you've put into Tracer and being like as hard as she is. So let's start with this. You said you had a really good code here. What about this code makes it really good to review? So
I thought it was super, super challenging.
Mm-hmm.
as a game, I'm not used to playing in silver lobbies. This is really, really new for me, so it's very, very frustrating. I'm used to lobbies where generally I'm diamond support. So I'm used to lobbies where people are tending to care for themselves and they know basically what to do, aside from the stragglers who you're like, how did you get here?
Right.
So it's frustrating, but I also know that I'm not better than this as a DPS. I am silver, so it's frustrating in the sense of I kind of like know what should be happening, but it never feels like it comes to fruition. So I try and do what I feel like I know I should do, and it just feels like I don't. I'm really, really bad at like I try and play Tracer as the distraction or the vulture type of playstyle. I just don't know if I have impact. I don't feel like I'm good at setting up. Sometimes I can, but because of how like feed filled silver lobbies are, it feels really hard to set up in my lobby, because sometimes people just walk into the meat grinder over and over and over again. So I want to kind of, I also feel like I don't set up far enough behind enemy teams, and I think you'll see that in this game as well. I think I have probably the worst blink movement ever. I hit walls all the time, like face first, like Mach speed directly into walls. Brain damage tracer is what I'm playing over here. And then I feel like if I do try and set up far enough behind, I'm off sync with my tank or my team push, and it's really, really frustrating. I also don't know if there's anything to practice map spatial awareness, because you'll see it all the time. Again, I hit my head on everything. I don't know if there's anything that I can do in particular to hone that sort of thing.
No, just play. Really, just play. Yeah, sadly, no.
And then in this specific game, my supports had the most deaths in the entire lobby. Both of them had 12. And I don't know if there's something that I could have done to better assist that.
No, play better. That's so.
Okay. And then there are also times where I feel like I should have stayed with my tank pushed up, but they had a Sombra on the enemy team, and there were a lot of call-outs of Sombra, like, being somewhere in the back line. Like, not that they were engaging, but that they were just there, and I would peel, and then I would immediately be like, why am I doing this?
Yeah.
So I just don't know, because I know that she's pretty good at peel protection if you're in the area already. So, like, you can mark people, but I know I should be selfish with taking my angles and setting up. But again, I have 1,000 hours in support.
Yes. So you are the world's smartest silver tracer, basically, is where we're at.
I'm on a tracer over here. Trying to help my team. I know the age-old off angles are where you are not grouped up with your team. It's not necessarily that you always have to be behind them. You just have to be off from your team. I don't know necessarily if I'm actually doing that correctly, though. So those are the big things. There's specific moments, and I feel like some of them have already been answered, where you're just like, no.
Done that a few times.
I might not have questions on some of them anymore, but if you don't mention anything, I'll bring it up when it happens.
Great. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a little bit of teaching here, but I think for you, like you said, the world's smartest silver tracer, it's going to be a lot of, you idiot, you shouldn't be doing that. You know better than that. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay.
I hope I do.
And as long as we walk away from this review with some stuff that, like, okay, I need to do this better. Like, I need to be forward on this. Right. But really, there's no real way to accelerate this, right? Like, I mean, you don't want to see my tracer, right? Like, I'm probably the best in the world at coaching tracer, patting myself in the back really hard here. But I might actually physically be the worst tracer player in the world, because it's hard to do all these things. No. You talk about like blinking into walls. It's like, I know how that feels. Like I'm awful at this character. There's so many unique mechanics. So I think just cut yourself a little bit of slack. You're gonna suck. Okay. It's all right. Work at one thing at a time. Chill with it. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Yeah. I said that I'm the Kevster of silver, except if he was had his monitor turned off, he was playing with his feet, and he was
how does it
so
even
bad
work?
he wasn't
How is
silver.
Anybody the Kevster of silver?
But he would still kick my ass, so, you know.
Yeah, maybe. I bet you could beat him up IRL, though, I think. He's kind of puny, I think. Yeah, all DPS players are puny, I think is confirmed. I think the only Giga Chads in professional Overwatch are maybe the tank players. Maybe.
And Shu, but that's personal.
And Shu. Yeah, I agree with that one. Shu doesn't even play ranked during the Overwatch League season. You know that? What a chat.
He's too good. He's too good.
Yeah. Okay. Are you on an off angle?
Technically, in the sense of not grouped up with my team, but I am just kind of down mid.
But that's still, the intention is here, and you're here. That's still an off angle. We take what we could get. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just sit off angle.
Sure,
Congratulations. Sure. Let's throw a party, right? Okay. So but what type of off angles are good for Tracer? This is going to be you either will know this or you're not going to know this.
So walls, health packs. I want to have cooldowns.
Too many details. But yes. What's the most important thing in an off angle? Okay, let me give you.
I'm thinking too much.
That's okay. That's why we're here. Is this a good off angle, or is this a better off angle?
Yeah.
Why is this better?
I moved there. Actually,
why is this better?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they have to turn to look at me.
Oh,
more
so a deeper angle.
Slightly.
Deeper angle. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but there's something even more important. There's something even more important, and because this is a deeper angle. So why wouldn't you want to go here?
Distance.
Yes. Range. So we look at this off angle. My major complaint with this off angle is it's not a bad off angle. It's just a little bit far.
Okay.
I told you, but Chad isn't blown away. But I told you, the world's smartest silver tracer. This is what happens when you're a diamond Kiriko player, you know?
It's frustrating.
So this is all fine and all. It just takes a little bit longer to rotate here. Now,
but they moved already.
That's okay. You're still putting pressure. This is still good. But I think you could do better than this.
Yeah. High ground would be better, actually, even.
Why would it be better?
I mean, I have more ability to wrap around.
See, right. Least. It doesn't just give you the one choice. You could go here, you can go here, you can go here, you can wrap deeper, thank you, and so on. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I just didn't take the time. I was rushing myself, probably. But.
Right. So this is where, so you want to develop experience. You have to be willing to make errors because you're taking the off angle that you know, but it's not the best off angle. So how are you going to learn that there's a better off angle?
Yeah. By doing it wrong many times.
You have to try out. You have to go, what about this? Is this a good angle? Is it worth taking the time to wrap all the way behind, or does that take too long? What if they're on high ground? What's the best off angle for that? Like, you actually have to take the time. Like, that means taking extra seconds, letting your teammates die to experiment.
Yeah.
There's no get-rich-quick scheme with this character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I mean, it's always like, oh, I got a cooldown out of Moira, but it's like, but I'm in silver, so.
Well, what do you mean?
In my normal, like, in my main lobbies, like, that doesn't. A Moira would not fade in, already have an orb, like, coaxed out, and then chase a Tracer up the stairs with no health. Like, they'd be like,
Yeah. But by being on an off angle, you force those things to happen. In higher lobbies, still will make mistakes. There'll be more sophisticated mistakes, but it's still mistakes, you know?
Fair.
So, like, I mean, the fact that you were on an angle, shooting at the same time as your team, was it the best angle? No, it wasn't, but it was still the right thing. And then even just throw in a blink melee in there just to be a little bit flashy with it. I get it.
Look, it's the only one that you'll ever see.
I can honestly say I have never done that tech. Never. Not once. I don't think I've ever done that tech before in my life. I've tried the blink pulse. I've done the blink pulse a few times, but I've never done the blink melee. I'm too bad. Okay, so let's talk about this. I know you're like pursuing kills here, right? But you got to start thinking like next fight setup. This guy doesn't die pretty quick here.
Right.
All right. So he didn't die. Now what? Where do you go? You're kind of not in too bad of a spot here, but like, what do you think?
I could do through doorway and then just invest blinks back to.
Like here or through here?
Yeah. No, the other one and go around behind, perhaps.
Oh, like here? Like around behind here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
If I have cooldowns, I don't want to be caught out by
Tracer. You don't have cooldowns. Because what's the weakness with your angle right now?
I'm very safe, but I can't put pressure on anything.
It's too far. It's too far.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you kind of probably just want to hold here, and then if anything, deepen this way. Now, you could have also, if you'd had the time to set up through here, I actually like this side of the map better, personally, just because it gives you more options.
Same.
But yeah. Not a bad start. All that being said, not a bad start. Like this.
Hit my head.
I mean, that's fine. Like the best thing that you could do, I would say the easiest way to get good at Tracer is to put yourself at a decent angle and then just focus on your mechanics.
Yeah. Okay. You said that to me about Kiriko too. You said put yourself in the position and then work on mechanics.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like Overwatch is a consistent game, right?
God, it's so weird.
Yeah. But so if we look at this VOD and we're like, you're taking okay angles, your angles could be better, and all you need to do is work on mechanics, then I'm going to be really happy, right?
Okay.
This is garbage. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I know.
You're
I know.
cut out from what should you be doing? What should you be doing? Improve your positioning, right? How could you improve your positioning right now?
I should have immediately gone to where Tracer is. I didn't.
Yes. How would you approach that? How would you approach that? Like, would you just go here? Like, where? What do you mean Tracer was? Like,
I could go through, not bank, but the other side. I don't know what that room is. The mini health room.
Yeah. Go this way. Go wrap your angle to the opposite side. Start to harass from here. 100%. You got it. It's the world's smartest silver Tracer. You got
and
it.
we lost this game, so good on me.
I like the angle here because they're going to walk forward here, and this is going to be a good angle, right? So go ahead.
Okay, I did have a question. That was one of my notes that I pointed out was like, technically, I understand technically this is an off angle.
Yes.
You will see me mess up my blinks, but I consider going around through bank to be behind them because I'm assuming Zarya is going to back up.
One problem here. There's one problem, okay? This is only a quality off angle if they walk forward.
Push forward, yeah.
You need to anticipate that to happen, though, because look at where your team is.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It's going to happen. The fight should happen like here-ish, in which case this is really good. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't want you to take the time to rotate, and then the fight location is changed, and you're just like grasping in the air. Right. This angle will be fine with where the location is. In the same way that we wanted you to take the off angle here.
Right.
Because we knew the fight was going to be happening somewhere here.
Right.
In the meantime, just be careful about like not getting shot too much, or not not burning and stuff. Now, this might be where, like, okay, as a silver player, maybe we walk forward or whatever. Like, okay, maybe your Zarya doesn't want to back up. Okay, this is still good enough. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect. This is still an off angle. Yeah. Congratulations, whatever.
I assumed we were kind of squeezing them if they came forward.
Yeah,
so that was
exactly.
Good.
I mean, it's good. It's good. Yeah, nice. I mean, mechanics here are some of the mechanics of all time, but. I mean, again, you took an off angle. The way that you got there is I'm more concerned about that, right? It was like very directly blink at Kiriko, and then kind of like you needed to just do more time in the setup so that you got there quicker. Like, and then obviously like times like now, like again, you know where this fight's going to happen here. Where are you?
This was one of the Sombra's back here. I know she's back here.
Yeah.
And so I used two blinks to get back here, and I was
slapping upside the face here.
I was like, oh, I thought you meant she was like engaging back.
Yeah.
Like,
but even if she was,
call it out.
You should not be going backwards. You right now, you need to already be setting up here, or setting up here, or wrapping behind. I don't care. Right. You got time to do whatever you want here. I don't care. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be a 4K pulse bomb?
No.
Hey, I mean, we'll take it, right? We'll take it. We'll take it.
I have better pulses this game, but it was one of the things where I was like, okay, I got some flashy pulses, but they didn't mean anything. I feel like so.
What do you think?
Whatever. I thought it was good because I immediately pulled Maunga's attention away, and he does get purpled.
Stop. You're judging whether it's good based off of the enemy's actions. That's not true. You should judge things objectively. Is this a short off angle timed well?
Yes.
Yes, that is good.
Okay.
I don't care if the enemy team ignores you. I don't care if you miss all your shots. That's good. Now, where should you go from here?
This is a Sombra call out again.
Okay, you're going back to the Sombra. Maybe briefly, but you don't want to spend too much time.
Multiple times. Yeah.
Because that's a little bit fortunate. That's okay. We can still take an off angle from here. Where?
I set up.
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to ask. I'm going to see you do it.
I set up in that hallway. This is my favorite.
You're so good at this game. You're the best. You're honestly the greatest I've ever seen. This is good. Yeah. This is really good.
Never heard of him.
I know. Actually, the guy's washed, honestly.
And then I wait, and I hit my head, and I was like, well, I ruined that.
Well, it's you got to know where the fight's going to happen here, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is where it's happening right here, not over here. So this is no longer an off angle. It was an off angle, but then you guys kept getting picks, and then now you got to be able to shift.
Right.
You got to be able to shift quickly. And the reason why you don't shift quickly enough, and then now you're open to this and that.
Well, and there are several times in this game where you see me go, what the hell am I doing? And this is one of them. I'm like, where am I? I don't even know.
What should you do?
wrap around behind, and
You got
I do,
it.
but I
It's
don't
right there.
use a blink to do it, and so I'm there late.
Well, you're also, playing Tickle Monster here on main here.
Yeah.
Like, go kill the Sombra, then go harass from here. That's really, there's no other angle that you can take here, because like this angle here is like kind of worthless,
Yeah.
I think
And
it's
then I chase, which is
I think I mean, you know all the right buzzwords. You just got to do the right things.
yeah. And then I just leave.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
This shocked me. I was like, what are they doing here?
Good. Get her up. Nice. Fade Forest. Suzu Forest. Nicely done.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty dirty.
I mean, in a sense of it's messy for sure.
Oh, give me a break. Give me a break. None of this false humility. You're the GOAT. You know it. Okay. You didn't even use recall. You used your blink. That's disgusting. Okay. Now, what should you do here, though?
Go back to that hallway, basically.
Yeah. Keep shooting here.
But I blink forward.
Go here and wrap around this way, right? Don't deepen this way, because there's nothing for you over here.
Yeah, I went mid, which isn't...
So then there's your recall. And so then you can't keep chasing anymore. Whereas at this point in time here, you would be cutting off their escape here. You see this? Yeah. Significantly better targets. You're going to prevent them from running away. I promise you'd kill Summer if you've been here. And you'd keep your recall. That being said, at least we're back on an angle.
Hit my head and it screwed up the whole play, and then I was like, well, I'm dead.
Yeah, right. But it always goes back to the initial position, which forces the recall, and so on, right?
Right.
Doing good. It's beautiful, really. Keep going here. Okay, we're waiting. Good. Go with the team, then split here. It's good. Good. This is good.
Okay, I didn't know if this was good. I think
are you on a short off angle? Are you timing it well? Yes. Good. That's it.
And I know that typically, I mean, in Silver, it's so hard. So many people just stand on top of the payload. Typically, Tracer is going to be payload, unless there's something better to do, I feel like. I can touch. I didn't expect their Sombra to just be standing at point.
Doesn't matter. It's
so
a short off angle.
Know,
your team is here. You're here.
It was okay.
That's all that matters. Okay. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Fair,
my only quote unquote nitpick here is the fact that you accidentally put yourself between two people, so you could get shot in the back. Whereas like here, maybe it would have been better to approach the cart from the high ground this way. And obviously if you knew the Sombra was there. But even this is still going to be good, right? There's Suzu. You're on an angle still. This is good. Recall's well timed. Now I need to push that Moira out. Moira's out. This is great. You're creating so much space for your team. It's actually unbelievable. Okay. Like your team is actually just walking the cart like it's like a walk in the park. It's unbelievable. Okay. My biggest question of the whole coaching was like, did I even matter at all? Yes, you mattered. You mattered.
I didn't
so
matter,
much.
So
much. So good. So good. The angles have been great. You're forcing so many CDs. You're cleaning up fights. You're baiting attention. Your team goes from all being clumped in here to just walking out in the cart for free. Doing great.
Okay.
And here, you actually could just keep shooting from this angle here until the fight locates to here. This is the irony. Right. You refuse to budge, even though everyone was over here. And then now that everyone's over here, you're like, oh, I'm going to go rotate around. No, just stay here and shoot. Stay here and shoot. See, this is downtime. This is where, some coaches may have been a little bit harder than me on the downtime here, right? But the big thing is that you already had a short off angle with people to shoot. Keep shooting. Right. Don't rotate.
Yeah. Just hold that space.
That being said, this is still not bad. It's still okay.
This is a waste, though.
Yes and no. I mean, you're still doing good things. No, it can't possibly.
Oh, my whole team dies.
No,
I
you
go,
don't
maybe I can touch.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Please don't pulse bomb. Oh. I mean, it's a good pulse bomb, right? Like, I mean, congrats, but you're not.
I was in game and I was talking to my duo and I was like, I literally just staggered myself and wasted pulse. I was like,
yeah.
I want to die.
Well, you got your wish.
Oh my god! I was like, send me back to real life spawn. Oh my god.
Nice. Okay. Short range off angle. Good. Let's see what you do with it. Good. And this is where I think like the escort stuff is tricky, right? Where you're like, my team's here and I'm here. This is still an off angle. This is good.
Right.
You're pulling card away. Now the Moira. Good. It's good. Nice spray and pray.
Oh my god.
This is a great freeze frame here.
Okay.
Just enjoy this one.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm older than you, and I do not wear my glasses to play, so I probably should.
Yeah.
It's rough out there.
You're pretty sure you're older than me. You're pretty sure though, right? Pretty sure. Either way, one of us is going to get offended here. This is like a high noon showdown right now. This is a lose-lose situation. I'm pretty sure they tell you in like the social like Grace's classic that these are the best type of conversations. Lose-lose.
Yeah, have them for sure with everyone you meet. Yeah.
It's good. Always ask. You definitely are. I don't know if you are older than me, but you definitely look older than me. That's a great conversation starter.
You certainly.
That's a great conversation. Shut up. Okay.
So this frustrated me because our Winston. So I managed to pull our Moira back.
Nice.
From going in alone. So many Moiras just like walk straight in, and it's like
the curse of mobility. Yeah.
But our Winston. So I pulled her back, but then our Winston jumped like high ground, and I was like, I have to go. Is that like correct?
All I want to ask is your team doing something right now when you took the single here? Yes, right? Like your Winston was here. You heard coalescence ish. Close enough.
Yeah, okay.
Close enough. You gotta, I wouldn't say break the habit, but be careful about like treating this like, yeah, exactly. Like this is not like college level physics or like calculus 3. This is just silver tracer, right? And I know it's tracer. It's not like Reaper, right? This is pretty tricky stuff, but like, take an angle, time it well. Don't beef your mechanics. I think this fight has been relatively okay, frankly. Like I think it's been okay. I think you've given your team ample time to win.
It's just a silver messy game.
Yeah, I mean it's just messy. So. It's like this bit. Basically, here's my takeaway so far. Your angles are okay. They could be better. You could be thinking more about like what off angle I could be taking better. Especially in these whole like rotations. Like sometimes you're rotating when you don't need to because you could do a lot of damage, or sometimes you're staying when you're doing no damage and you need to go to a rotation. Sometimes your angles are too far.
Right.
And then, but honestly, more important than that, because I think your position has been okay, you're just not that good mechanically.
Yeah.
And that's the best compliment I could ever give you. Or the best insult, I suppose.
This is terrible. Oh my god, this is a terrible setup.
Oh, why?
Because at this point, if I start shooting, I'm basically their one target.
Yeah.
You're right. I start shooting, and
you're right.
You're
on an off angle. You're on a short range off angle, but your timing is just absolutely butt cheeks. You know what I'm saying? So what? I love this. You're so smart. You're 100% right. 100% right. So what should you have done instead?
I could have wrapped all the way around the yellow building.
You could.
I really wanted to be really deep.
But give me a solution that's going to give you more options, because you don't really know what's going to happen or when or where, right? So give me a better generic option.
The room where their tracer is, I could be there.
Sure,
I could be by just literally standing further to the right by that cover.
Yes. What about a high ground?
Yeah, I could be high ground too. Yeah.
What would that allow you to do?
Control the top space, but also take.
Choose your engagements, right? Do you want this angle? No, I don't want that angle. I want this angle. Okay, great. You could do that. Do I want this angle? No, I don't want this. I want to drop. Okay, you could do that too. Oh, I don't want this angle. I want to go to this high ground. Great, you could do that too. Again, the reason why it's the same thing why we like this angle is because it just gave you choices, right? And your angle right now does not really give you that many choices, besides like kind of what you said. But yeah, you diagnosed the problem, and I think that again, the situation is that you had plenty of time to choose whatever angle you did, and you chose the wrong one. Part of that is just inexperience.
Okay.
But the way to break that is by continually trying different things and see how they go.
Got it. Just letting myself get shit on over and over.
But even that, it was a short range off angle. Just wasn't timed very well.
Yeah, I was going to set up there because I saw Winston on the other, and then this I had a question about. I think you already answered it. I basically peeled for this Moira to give her time to get out. I was like, I'm going to shoot this tracer, so the tracer has to look at me instead of shooting our Moira.
Are you on an off angle right now?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Technically, you are. There's a soldier here. Your duo's here. Winston here. Kiriko's here. That doesn't matter. Yeah, you guys are playing the clock here. That's fine with me.
My issue is I didn't want to stay there, but the Moira did, and so I could see how low her health is because I have ally health bars on.
Yep.
And so I didn't want her to die, and then she dies, and then I'm not set up, and you can see me being like, oh my god, what am I doing?
I'm going to be honest with you. My major problem with this is that I think if you'd had the time to choose anywhere, I'd probably go high ground again.
Yeah.
Just because, again, you can choose wherever you want to go, and then you get to pick wherever you want to go. So you go here, which is not bad, but it's a little bit, you're a little bit ahead of the curve. You see, this is really only you and your duo shooting right now.
And
so then you get cleared out pretty quickly. And then you're like, oh, I'm going to go help my Moira, and it kind of snowballs from here. But from here, I don't think anything you did was wrong, outside the fact that shoot more and do more kill things. You know?
Got it.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't miss this. Man. Yeah.
I was waiting.
That's good. I love it. This is actually winnable.
This is my... Oh, I'm literally down mid. I'm literally down mid for them right now.
No. Actually, it's still good because your soldier's here, and I think your Winston's actually wrapping around this way. But here's the thing. You would actually have more confidence in your off angle if you'd actually looked at where your tank was before you pushed. Because actually, if you look, you're like, oh, Winston's here. Then this is actually a great off angle. The reason why you think this is a bad off angle is because you weren't paying attention to your tank.
Right.
Which, guess what? Also costs you, because guess what's going to happen?
I die. I knew I was going to die, too. I was like...
You got it?
I'll see you back at spawn, everyone. Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
So the angle actually was great, but it was the timing that was the issue.
Got it.
And I'm just loving the fact that the reason that you thought your angle was bad is because your timing was so bad you didn't even know where your tank was.
I literally stopped and was like, just kill me, guys. I don't... I deserve it.
Same thing here. Like, this is just... I mean, I don't know. I think, like... I mean, if your Moira pushes, then maybe, but like you got to be really careful. This is a 3v5.
Yeah, and then I hear Winston, and then I want to draw them back.
I mean, this is great, but again, like this is just not an optimal angle for you, right? And it's not an optimal angle because you weren't timing things well. Where would you want to go instead if you had the time to set up? Which, by the way, you do.
Next to Mini by the yellow building down that corridor would be cool.
Somewhere here is cool. Maybe towards here. Okay. Yeah, it's all right. It's not really a very squishy backline here. Oh, and by the way, if you're feeling a little bit ineffective versus this composition, look at what they're running.
Yeah.
This is why.
I don't know if it's just because I'm like being delusional on myself because I'm not mechanically good, so I don't get the kills. Like I know that
you're not supposed to get the kills versus
Tracer isn't. Oh, like Tracer isn't the kill machine; she's the diversion machine.
Well, yeah, it also depends, right? I mean, it's usually the consistent value is the diversion machine, but if you see opportunities, go for the kills. The problem here is that everybody is playing something that has a get out of jail free card. So your job is to kind of sweep up the mess so that your soldier, your Winston, your Moira, your Kiriko can finish the kills, and maybe you can finish the kills too. But it's just not going to happen immediately.
Just take some of the cooldowns.
You're not going to get one shot. They're not going to get one shot. That's the compositional matchup that we have right. And what ends up happening is because it's these mid-fight situations where you don't really take the time to set up, so your angle's bad. And the reason your angle's bad is because you're too busy just kind of peppering. Set up a little bit. Doesn't mean like some crazy deep flank. Just mean a short offing a little bit to the side or a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left, you know? Improve your positioning, improve your timing, and one go. Like I actually don't even know if you can necessarily always improve your positioning without your timing and vice versa. Okay. And see, now we're taking the time to think, but see, object permanence. Just, you're on the angle, stay on the angle.
Well, and then I got really nervous, and I hated the angle because I was like, this is basically the angle that I died on at the start of this round. Yes. So, but you know what? I respect you because you're experimenting. Okay.
So don't quit now, though, and go back to main because you know this is not the solution. I know you don't have recall right now, which means that you can't necessarily play very aggressive right now. But this is, again, where you need to start experimenting. Do I want to, can I pepper from here if my team's on high ground? Is this an angle? Is this like even worth it? Do I have the time to rotate to here? Is this angle even good?
Right. And I just used 2 blinks. Yeah.
Here's another question, right? Let them push forward and then wrap this way. Is that good?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. You know, give it a shot. This is fine. I'm fairly certain the more you play this character, I think I'm smelling gold in your horizons soon. If this is the average game for you, I don't know if this is the average game, but if this is the average game, that you will be gold. You will be gold, and you will be gold soon.
Pretty close.
Chat, what do you guys think?
You're like, oh my god, you coach Kevster?
I know, right? I coached Kevster back when she was gold. You know, silver too.
Yeah. I got baited here. Okay, this was one of my questions too. I don't know if it was on purpose. I don't know if they purposely baited me, but I blink because I see they're so low.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Sombra, you know? Like, she's going to do this son of a gun thing, you know? And the big thing here is that, like, once again, you've lost your off angle, and now you're just kind of stuck in main.
I wanted to be behind cart, and then I left, and then I'm just basically way back here, and I was like, you can see me, like, oh god, what do I do? Where do I go?
But see, this is the problem. It's a deer in the headlights. You don't know what to do, you freeze. This is the absolute worst thing you could be doing right now. Give me 3 things that you could be doing instead.
Through bank. I don't know if I have the blinks, but I could at least
you'd get here really late, but at least it's better than what you're doing right now. Okay, give me another solution.
Yeah, I could try and just hold the wall. I would probably die, but
I mean, what about here?
Yeah,
what about taking high ground?
Yeah, I could take the stairs. Yeah. And then my Winston dies. So my assumption here is I'll just stall cart for as long as possible,
sure,
and then I realize I'm not even contesting.
I mean, that's fine. You had the right idea.
I'm like, I'm out.
Chad is trying to get me to show my cat, but my cat was trying to steal my meatballs, so the cat got put on the floor. I'll do cat afterwards. No, she's done when she's sleeping.
Give the cat the meatball. So rude.
My gosh. I mean, this is all we're in stage. Like, this is just a giant mess.
So I think I got confused by my Winston too, because they jumped through mid to get to high ground. And my assumption was, they're jumping in. And so I jumped down, and then I realized I'd misjudged the scenario. And so I just immediately panicked and
that's okay.
And I don't think I should have.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand.
Okay.
But then this is where, like, okay, you're here. Where's your off angle from here?
Literally anywhere but where I am right now.
Right. Don't just take here and shoot, or then drop, and then do this kind of a thing, right? Or, you know, if anything, blink to the cover over here, or something, right? Like, it's just another one of those times where, like, your positioning could just be a little bit better.
Right. Okay.
I'm putting a lot of emphasis on your positioning, but I want to remind you, the only major problem I've had with your positioning is when you make a mistake and then you freeze.
Yeah.
I don't think your angles are bad. Certainly not for a silver player. It's quite good, actually. But it's when you freeze, that's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
And I want you to continue to grow your mechanics to where we say, hey, your mechanics or your positioning is not bad for a plat player. Let's aim for that. Let's aim for that, right? And then along the way, your mechanics will actually get better because your positioning is just gonna whatever.
Okay.
Chad, you're gonna have to wait for the cameo. She's over there. Remind me in a little bit.
Able to do it actually the whole game.
It's good. It's not the only thing you could do either, because you can also roll out this, and this one gives you more options, something to consider. Whereas this one, you only have in or out, right? This side gives you a lot more options. So just when you were proud of your setup, I cut out your legs from underneath you. It's still a good angle, and it's still well timed. Well done. Instant fade, instant wraith, instant Suzu, instant recall, and a beautiful stick. Oh, yes!
The Tracer blinked and then recalled, so she blinked into her team and then recalled. I thought Tracer died, and so I was aiming to go for the Sombra. So that's why I turned, because I thought she was. I thought her arm was throwing.
I don't even care that she had recall or whatever. It was a nice mechanical little play. We take the W there.
It was all her.
Nice.
It was
No.
not me.
I think you deserve at least 20% of the credit. Maybe 26.
Okay, I'll take it.
Sure. No complaints from me. No complaints. Sure. Again, I don't know how much I love this side of the map just because of how vulnerable you are. But
Okay.
but I don't mind it. Like, again, like experiment with this one. Find when this one works well, and find when this doesn't work.
Okay. I'm usually always like, I want to control as much as the map as possible for our team, and so I assumed that it's like,
If you want to be like, hey, Soldier here, Winston here, Tracer here, that's fine with me. Sure.
Got it.
Sadly, you have to either fight this Moira or run away entirely. You have no other choice.
Okay.
If she comes at you, you cannot go, oh, anyway, I'm going to run over here and shoot the Malga. No. You either run away.
I try and bait her, and then I recall, and I do kill her, because I assume she's going to try and stay because she's done that before. But I don't know if it's worth using the recall to.
It's not worth the recall. That's way too risky. Frankly, like a better Moira will kill you there. It's basically, let's put it this way. As you improve, that's not going to work.
Right, that's a silver player, not.
Right, that's a silver player.
A normal.
And a better Moira, even a better Tracer versus a better Moira, better Tracer, better Moira. Tracer doesn't want to do that.
Right.
Again, at least you're on the angle at the right time, though. Now, you said you lose this?
Oh, yeah, we lose this game. Yeah.
All right. I'm ready for it. Okay. Good. Don't freeze here. Find your next angle. You see how you're progressively moving backwards, but you're losing your angle? Just go in here. Go in here.
Yeah, the chaos of silver throws me off a lot.
Right. I just want you to always think of like being around the fight, not in it.
Yeah. I always try and do that, and then sometimes I find myself in the middle, and I'm like, how did I get here?
It's all right. Because I think what you're doing here has been relatively fine. Obviously, Malga, I just doesn't die. Yeah, I don't really have any other feedback here. I think we call it here.
Okay.
Let's take some notes.
Cool.
What do you need to practice?
Actually, setting up better angles. Like
setting up better angles by pre-fight thinking of what to experiment with.
Right.
Look for, what are you looking for? When are you looking for an angle?
Just closeness
Short
to them.
range flanks. That's it. Okay. What else?
Yeah. Don't freeze. Just make a decision.
Position fails.
Do something.
Another angle. Well, not just do something. Find another angle. Find another position.
Right.
If your position screws up, it's fine. Just find a position. Go.
Yeah. Even if it's late, just do it anyway.
You got it. Was there anything else? I think it was just besides that mechanics. Was there anything else? Oh, timing.
Yeah.
Timing wasn't bad, just was really bad sometimes.
Yeah.
Like when it was bad, it was really bad, but it wasn't consistently bad. It was just off and on.
I need to get more in because sometimes I do play tank. Sometimes, so I play diva, and I'm always looking to see where my team is. So I need to apply that then to.
You got it.
DPS as well.
Got it. Okay. Any questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. We'll keep in touch. Good luck with your practice.
Thank you.
And obviously, as stuff comes up, just message me.
Okay, we'll do.
All right, cheers.
Thank you
Kaiju.
so much.
Always a pleasure.
Bye.
Well, that was Kaiju. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. She's been a student for a little while. But yeah, that was fun. I'm not normally that toxic, but I've known her for a little bit, so. I gotta eat. You're welcome, Kaiju. Love and kisses. All that stuff. I'm gonna eat my meatball. But I'm not giving a meatball to my cat. Screw off. Oh no, there is a cat here in this. Son of a gun, man. Okay, I think that's all. You can eat after watching that? Yes. You did so much feeding, it made me hungry. No, you can't have a meatball. So I can't hear you over the auto mod. Can't hear you over the auto mod. No. Give chicken a meat. Oh, no, I'm not giving chicken a meatball. Screw off. No, stop saying cat. IFIL. We got Emongg in a second. It's not parasocial bonding. No. I would rather hand feed a combination of Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg while wearing a maid dress than give chicken a meatball. No. No, she didn't. She paid nothing. If you haven't paid at least $6,000 or $7,000 in my bank account, you've essentially paid me nothing. Yes, Wasim. It's been a while. I think Apply wants to do another one with me in the future, so stay tuned. That's harsh, yes, but it's the truth. What do they say about tough love? Tell everybody that you hate them, and then it's tough love. That's what I do. I hate you. You're an idiot. That's just tough love, bro. Goes right. Try that with libel and slander as well. Threaten somebody's life, if they don't give you money, and then just say that, bro, it's just tough love. Just tough love, bro. Snowflake. You know what I'm saying? Life hack. You can get away with anything you want as long as it's tough love. That's my life hack for the day. Oh yeah, the cameo. Would you be okay with a Grimbjorn cameo? Because he's the one here. You see that? The little black cat? Oh, he just got smoked by the curtain. Grimby, come here. Come here. Come here, buddy. There. Hi. There's your channel points. He's a very good boy. He's like a little dog, the way he acts. He's very good, very friendly. Friendliest cat I've ever known, actually. Mari acts like a beast of prey. Grim acts like a dog. Grim is not at all sophisticated, but he's very kind. Yes, the lack of sophistication was definitely learned from Pepper. Nice job, Gregor. Put your foot in your mouth again for me. What's going to happen now? We're going to coach Emongg in a second. What I'd like to do here is, because I don't think we have the replay codes saved here. Let me see here. I'm looking through our VOD from the other day and see if there's anything that stands out to me. I'm thinking probably Rialto would be a good one to look at, because I think there's a little bit of dynamics of like what we played and when we push and how we push. And maybe we look at Hollywood, look at some of the Winston there. Keep it pretty basic, I think, just because we don't have the replay codes. The hit scan seems familiar, yeah. So just finish the game. So we'll let Emongg finish his quick play game here. No, it's fine. He had a nasty cue. How does Emongg know? Does Emongg know that he has coaching? Yeah, he does. We said about 3:15. He knows he's just gonna be able to finish the game. It's fine. The Junker Queen and Diva too. No, it's gonna be mostly Orisa, Sigma, and a little bit of Winston, I think. But it's gonna be very, very, very like overhead coaching, less micro because we don't have the replay codes. I don't think anymore. And it's just as well because I wanted to look at how we're pushing and pulling and like approaching these fights and like what Emongg thinks would be best in different situations. Because I think that like that was what we benefited a lot from Karkyu. And I want to see more of the same here. Even with like the Winston stuff as well. He wanted to work on his timings. So I sent your venture video in my Discord group. Oh, cheers. I'm curious to see if they like what changes they do with the character between now and the actual official release. Emong's an adventure. Okay. That joke has already been made, bro. Please see yourself out. Empty your wallet before you leave, though. Yeah. I think this will be interesting. I think we look at maybe a little bit of the Winston and the Sigma and the Orisa stuff. I don't think Nepal is going to be super interesting. Flashpoint might have been interesting. Maybe we'll look at Flashpoint as well. I don't know if we'll have time to because I think the previous two maps will be plenty. $5 minimum tip. Venture's cooldowns end up being longer. Maybe, yeah. Depends, I guess, more on like the win rate and stuff. Oh. You know what would be actually really interesting is like looking at like first fight stuff. Or was it first fight? What was it? It was like, yeah. It was first fight. Yeah. It's like we were so passive. And there just wasn't enough. And see, like, this is like where the push pull with like Jay and Emongg becomes a major problem. You guys see this? Like, Emongg is like all in, super cool. And we just, I don't know if Emongg didn't communicate this as well, but Jay is super static here. You have to like into this on this angle here. I think Venture's balance, hard to say. I think Venture's balanceable because they have like a pretty dynamic design and there's a lot of knobs to tweak, which is really important. But my full thoughts on Venture, just exclamation mark Venture. Is it worth forcing Doom and Scram from working on improving the hero? Should I just play its best for the scenario? I think, yeah, to an extent, as long as your teammates are okay with it, yeah. Nice Miracle. Maybe we start with this fight here just as like the standing point of what we're doing, because I think this applies to everything that we're looking at here. There's some guy on Twitter that shared the Falcon replay codes from the match. I think they have the spreadsheet still on that. That's up still, right? Right? Surely. Yeah, like this play from Emongg like depressed me because it was actually really quite good. You know, this is a 4v4 that we should win, but like we forced so many of their CDs with this. Like, look at this. There's Suzu, there's TP, there's Boop, there's Sojourn. We have Fortify, there's Shield and everything. Crazy how Emong's in silver. Oh, true. Actually, I got to update this rank here. There you go. Can't forget. Thanks for the reminder. So it's like stuff like this that gets punished. And this is probably why Sigma feels better, because it's easier to kind of live on Sigma for a longer period of time and like more from a more passive positioning. But comedian. Yes, all the way down to silver. It happens to the best of us. All right, he's on third point here. I really enjoy your content. Your coaching is really insightful. Cheers. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. So yeah, we definitely look at this, and then we take a look at, I guess we could take a look at like our first point attack, because I wanted to punch a hole to the drywall the way we are approaching first point attack. And then maybe take a quick look at Rialto. I'm kind of feeling like, yeah, I think that would chain well into Hollywood. I think what we talked about would chain well into Hollywood here. Because we could talk about our timings, our rotations, you know, like we don't have to be grouped up. We just need to be doing it as a unit. And then from there, we talk about I want to see a timing window here. It's just like the early bubble stuff, right? To where it's like nobody can really contribute there. Oh, he gets booped. Never mind. That's why he bubbles. I actually think our defense is going to be more important here. First point attack, second point defense. What do you guys think? I think second point defense is where Emongg was having issues with Monkey. Felt not bad. Yeah. Yeah, see, this is really good from Emongg. Really good. Get that Sojourn out of there, get the Lucio out of there. It gives us so much space to peel off this Pulse Bomb and the Winston. And then as long as we're being like, making sure that we're time, and then that's the problem right there, is that Emongg goes a little bit too aggro, a little bit too early. And stuff like this here. We don't want to give them poke. We don't want to peek. We don't want to peek. We can find pressure now. Even stuff like this is kind of risky, right? Emongg gets his cooldowns forced really early, and then we engage afterwards. I think this actually happened last fight, too. Yeah, see this? This is it right here. Because it's like, where is our backline? It's the same problem as that first point flashpoint, right? So he's gonna go for a little pressure. He's gonna mess up a little bit there. Cooldowns are forced. Then we have to bail him out, and then he's just dead. Like it's because our backline's not doing anything, right? Yeah. Okay. So I think we have like a foundation of what to start, and honestly, I think that's more than good enough to talk about, because I think that's going to be relevant. Like whenever we have our splits, whenever we're not all grouped up, Emongg needs to make sure that he's communicating with that split and synchronizing that pressure at the same time. Oh, we're good. We're good. All right. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Doing great. I got a little bit of a structure of how I want to approach this here, because you said you wanted to work on your timings, right?
Yeah. Time is going to be the most important thing.
Yeah, I agree. So it's going to be kind of tough here because we don't have a replay code, but I do have the overhead from yesterday. So there's a couple of points I just want to look at in particular, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Let me see.
Yeah,
I don't have a replay code. No, I
figure they're probably going to get wiped after all the games that everyone's been playing. So that's fine.
Yeah, unless somebody saved them specifically.
Now, before we like get rolling, is there any particular section composition that you wanted to particularly look at? I have a couple that we can go over, but I'm not sure if you had any specific questions.
No, not necessarily. We'll just go right from the get-go. Do you want me to open up your stream, or I just open up your?
You could just open up the Discord stream. Yeah, that way we don't have any delay.
Okay, let me 1 second. How do I make it like wide?
Let me pull up
non-video show. No.
Let me pull up your stream here. Maybe I can.
I haven't done it yet. Here, I'll go there. I have it like this right now.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I mean, that's good enough. I will full screen it at my end. So how does that look?
That looks fine. Yeah, that's
good enough? All right, perfect. So I think the big thing, I want to start with this composition, this fight here. I think the important thing that we're going to need to pull away, and this is something I try to do with CarQ and some of the other guys, is we want to make sure that what we do is that what we work on is sort of meta-proof, because we really don't know what we're going to be playing this next week, right? So we don't want to go into something too micro detailed. And I think this is going to be a combination of a little bit of macro strategy, timing stuff, and a little bit of communication. Because this fight, this was a depressing fight for me to watch, because I actually really liked what you did, and I even really liked our setup, but there was a lack of communication from both you and the off angle, and it really kind of screwed us over. So we're kind of splitting here. We're kind of ping-ponging back in there. We try to close the distance. They kite it out. Unlucky. That's fine. We get point control, apply as pressuring point. Everything's good and dandy. And you know what's about to happen here. I don't know if you remember this.
I remember this because I get somebody with a javelin, I think, and then I go in that way.
Yeah, because you're looking at a Sigma shield at like 20, 25 meters, right? It does not feel good as an arrested doing that, right? So you're like, hey, I've got some brawl, I've got some HP, I'm going to get up and close and personal. And so if you look at this here, if I'm at like an Overwatch League coach, all right, I'm frothing at the mouth right here because this looks tight. This is really good, because what in theory could we do off of this setup?
I mean, we have multiple angles, right?
Right. And we could push here, right?
Meet at the same time. Yeah.
Right. We could push. You put the pincer, you skip this crappy Sigma that you have to worry about. You force Suzu, you force TP, you force Lucio attention, you force Sojourner attention. The Sigma also turns around. But I want you to not actually take your eyes away from you. I want you to watch Jay, Custa, and CarQ.
Okay.
Tell me what the issue is here.
I mean, I'm just kiting them back. I need to go in.
You are, but also what should they be doing at the same time?
They should be flanking at the same time. Yeah.
Right. So as they're chasing you here, they are totally naked to being shot in the back here. We even have speed boost on these guys. We could run these guys all the way down, and somebody will die. Somebody will die before your fortify ends on their end. It's going to happen, right? With what you've already done. The promise is it doesn't happen. So this is where we're really struggling with taking these off angles, is that we lose our communicational connection between the two of us. And one of us goes in and then the other one dies or so on. And that really, really starts to screw us up. And I think that there's another way to look at it is kind of what we do on our first point attack here as well.
Okay.
Let's actually go to...
That's good though. Yep.
So, and I want you to try and apply this as much as you possibly can, because I want you to look at how they approach this, right? Because we're thinking, let's rotate, let's push, let's stay together as a unit here.
Yeah.
Right? And so we're going to rotate up to top, all right? That's not necessarily a terrible idea if we have the space, but look at how they approach it. Pretend you're coaching Team Blue here. All right.
I'm watching.
Wait, is this the fight? No, this is the one where Apply gets dunked on. It's this fight here. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to pause before that too, because I remember that too. The first time I went to go take the high ground, I'm like, I don't need to go up there. The second time, I think we made the call, let's all go get high ground. And then I went up there and I'm like, what am I doing? I don't even need to be here.
Well, it's a good point, because they're doing what we need to be doing. Do you see how their Sigma's free, so he deepens, right? And so there is a push here, but it's a push from like two different directions.
Yeah, we've basically created that because we don't have the other angle.
Exactly. Exactly. So I guess this is like a good example of, we need to play this differently. You needed to hold the space on main and let your DPS split off. But it's a good reminder that this is really well played from them. This is kind of what we want to look like. With our pushes, if we're going to be taking angles, we don't necessarily have to take an angle and just AFK. We can take an angle and push. We can take an angle and push, and we can do that with Zarya, we can do that with Orisa, we can do that with Sigma, we can do that with Winston. It does not matter what composition that we play. We can synchronize those pressures, and you see it again here, right? We're going to try and rotate as a unit. Again, we get bullied out, and again, you see the push here from Kiriko Tracer, from Sigma. That's actually like a three-way push. Like, it's miserable for us in there. So we ended up figuring it out, but that's ultimately that's kind of like what our pushes want to look like. And I want to show you, I want to jump ahead to defense here, actually, because the same thing is going to apply. Now, we talked about Orisa briefly. We've talked Sigma briefly, but this is where it also applies to Winston as well. This is just fundamental.
Winston's like one of my weakest tanks, so it's a good to learn off of timings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not mechanically, just like what I'm doing.
Exactly. So all I want you to do is I want you to ask yourself, how does the timing of this engage look?
Okay.
For each fight. What do you think?
They're first.
Yeah.
And then second, our team's backing up. I'm going in.
Sure. Is this okay?
Supply can, unless Supply can time with me. Yep.
Are you doing something while they're doing something is the question.
I mean, essentially, I'm keeping their Sojourn out of the team fight.
And the Lucio.
The Lucio. And then we're counter beaten back there. So yeah.
You got it. This is really good for me. I hope you know that. So it's a little bit, this fight feels bad because we actually get stuck here. and then miraculously our beat saves it. But regardless, you did this is the kind of stuff we're looking for. This is the kind of stuff we're looking for because this is how you're creating a controlling space. You're going, I'm going to cash in I'm not with my team here, but I'm doing something at the same time as my team, creating pressure that's allowing us to live. And our backline is not AFK like they were on the flashpoint first fight, right? All right, so nice job. Thumbs up. Looks good for me. What about here? You see the issue?
Well, yeah, I need to go back to my team.
Well, not necessarily.
Or health pack, right?
Not necessarily. What about the mistake, I think, is here.
Oh, when I peek the angle. Yeah, sorry. I don't even see I'm peeking the angle there. I thought I was on the second floor. Yeah,
right. This is where
no one can see me.
Right, exactly. You want to be patient, like wait for my team to actually get in a position to do something.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah,
and then apply the pressure at the same time, right? It's this right here, right? This is where you're losing your HP.
I'm just going down. I'm not even thinking about my teammates at that point. I'm just it's almost like solo at that point.
Exactly.
Now they're forced to save me.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got it. That's easy to see from that point of view.
It's really, really simple. Now, like, I guess the question for me here is there's two ways to approach this, okay? This could be a communicational issue where you need to communicate better, like when you're going in or when you're going out. Or this could be you need more awareness of when and where your backline is. It could be both.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I feel like knowing where the backline is going to be needs to be communicated on both sides. So I need to let them know what my plan is, and I also need to know what they're doing. So that's kind of where I would probably improve on that. I also think in these situations too, apply an eye's timing can be like we're like a second off. If we do it right, we'll be in a good spot every time.
I agree. Yep. I agree. Okay, sounds good. All right, let's reset the next fight though. Okay, so let's check this one here again. We're going to have a split. We got Sojourn on an off angle. We got you here. That's fine. We don't have to be grouped up. We just have to be synced. So Winston dives.
Yep.
You match the Sojourn on top with Bubble.
Yep.
What do you think? Could have been earlier. Could have been better. Were there more opportunities missed out? Could you have been pressuring elsewhere? What do you think?
That's what I'm looking at right now too. So
it's tricky, isn't it?
Bridge. Our Sojourn and Kiriko. I mean, I can just keep pushing in on the Kiriko Sojourn and then just keep. Yeah. And also on top of that, I think, and this is where I love to know the timings and like what we can clean up on. Because I guarantee you, and I don't remember this specifically, I guarantee you my hesitation there came from the play prior. That was the play where I fell down. So like that's where like now I see it from that point of view. It's like I don't need to change up my I don't need to change up how I play there. I need to change up the angles so my teammates can see me. And that way I can,
You made a mistake and it made you feel like, oh, I did the wrong thing, but it wasn't the wrong idea, it was just the wrong time. That's pretty much all it was.
Yeah, that makes more sense when you see it from the overhead too, because like I can see the hesitation I have there. When in reality, if I do the same thing I did the first time without LOS and my supports, we're in a good spot.
You got it, 100%, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going here. We're just gonna keep skipping through second point.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, I'm learning and absorbing all of it. So
now you can see the problem here immediately.
Yeah, I'm just too deep.
What's happening on your backline right now? Zero, right? Like absolutely zero.
They can't help me there, even if I force out. I think and I know why I'm doing the play, but I can see why it's not going to work regardless because it's not going to be.
Yeah. Because the thing is it's not just that they can't help you out, because the way that your Sojourn helps you might not be through healing you, right? It might be through trading with the enemy monkey. So at least it's a 50-50. This isn't a 50-50. This monkey can just chill. He's going to wait for you to get forced out, and then he's going to go in, and you're going to sit there and be screaming for healing while you're watching your backline die.
Yeah, I can see it too, because I know exactly what I'm trying to do there, which is the force of the cooldowns. But then and this is where I also need to get better at something. I don't know like the one-on-one zapping timing. Yeah. So like I go in there at 89%. Yes. 6% L charge. And then the play I envision.
I got you.
Is not good. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
100%. All you need to do is look at the HP of the monkeys right here, and really both teams to tell you what happened, right? Yeah, so I don't want you to think about forcing cooldowns as like a priority. It's more about when do those cooldowns need to be forced? When do you need to control that Sojourn? When do you need to control that Kiriko? Because we've had a couple of fights here where you've nailed it. You've forced the slide, you forced the amp, you forced the Kiriko to TP and so on at a really bad time from them. They did not want it here. But this, you're not forcing cooldowns because it's by yourself. It's by yourself.
Yeah, even if I do force out the Suzu, they're going to go 2 feet to their side, and I'm just going to get rolled anyway. Yeah.
And you see what ends up happening is then Karki goes, oh crap, I got to help this guy out. Now we're popping Kitsune, but because they're not even engaged in the first place, they just
it's a chain effect of that. Yeah,
it's a chain effect. Exactly. Okay. And then from here, things kind of devolve. Nice little bit of primal edge there. Well done. And then again here, same one more time, right? Just to beat you over the head with it, right? Look at your backline. Where do you need to force cooldowns in these guys? Like, where's the spot that you want to hold?
up on high ground or middle of the road, because if I go anywhere behind there, if they're not set up on the roof I'm on, then it won't be anything.
That's it. If team is here, you could hold this here, but they're not, so you can't do it. And
if they're not, there's no follow-up, so even if I get any of the value, I mean, maybe I get lucky and like, get a Kiriko, but there's no value in that. Like, it's a risk-reward play that is not even worth the risk.
You got it. And you got it. And then obviously, like, you're just basically 1 HP, right? And everyone's chasing you and it freaks out and just tosses the fight overall. I think that's going to be the big thing for you. And I want to go ahead and let's keep going here. So we've talked a lot about the timings of things. I want to look a little bit at Real too, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, go with whatever. I don't care. All that helps me.
So let's see if we can marry the two things together. Can we marry these off angles and can we marry the timing at the same time? It's a little bit easier with the dive tank because it's a little bit clearer about when and where you should be going here.
Oh yeah, this one was a doozy.
This one was a doozy. This one was a mess, right? So you tell me, what do you see here? What do you see here compositionally, strategy-wise? What are you thinking?
Okay, so when I see this, I see that our Sojourn isn't even in a line of sight yet. I see Karq's halfway in between. I don't have the Tracer on a setup timing yet. Huss is taking a 1v1 against a Tracer, and I'm over here at a small doorway on the opposite side.
So a little early.
Yes, way too early. Yeah. Right. This is just
now,
impatience.
Let's put the timing side of things to rest for just a second. Let's talk about your positioning here. What is your advantage as Orisa? What are you going to provide to this team that's going to help us win?
Creating space. So I'm
just on what? With what? Doing what?
Javelin spin.
Sure.
Javelin, just any of those. I mean, my goal is going to be used for me personally. But yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so where should you be to create the most amount of space?
Probably where Cuss is at, unless we have a strategy to go left side. Yep.
Okay. Now this is where we could start to get saucy with our splits, right?
Or high ground where apply is.
Yeah, you could start high ground here.
Yeah.
Drop, let our Sojourn Kiriko hold high ground, and then you're on ink ground on point.
Yeah, I need to get better at just like default and high ground on like a map like Rialto. Because I have that ranked brain. You know what I mean? So like it's so much of like just sitting there and spamming corners, like because no one takes high ground with you. So in these scrims, I need to be a little bit more proactive on taking those parts of the high ground.
I agree.
Being like probably 5 seconds more patient. I think sometimes I have an idea I want to do, and then like I communicate it, but I don't like do the next level of communication to verify we're ready. So
sure. Like syncing up that timing, right? Exactly. Now the funny thing about this is that you were being a little bit critical of like what you were doing, but I actually think what you did actually ended up being pretty cute here. Like you get a little bit of pressure on that Kiriko, you force a teleport, you got a nice angle here. You're just basically playing a turret character. This is great. Like this is versus this composition, you could do this kind of crap, right? Like you put pressure on this Monk, you put pressure on this Lucio. Again, the problem just came down to the timing because now we're ready to rotate and you've blown all your cooldowns.
already there. Yep.
Right.
And that's what I'm. It's like it's a slight timing issue on me where I just need to be like, it's just like I need to like almost count to 3 sometimes.
You got it.
Like not like 3 to my teammates, but count 3 to myself.
I agree 100%. Now this is something that we talked about briefly at the end of the scrim, but let me spitball an idea for you here. Here's what I'm thinking. All right. I don't think we want to rotate as a group here. I think if we're here, great, nice job. But I don't think that we can group up as 5, like run like a Ramantra, Reaper, Moira comp and run down a target. I think what we have to do is we have to take some sort of an off angle here and utilize the fact that you're pretty much, once you're full, you're pretty tanky to just to rotate and play turret mode, just like you did here.
I think I could just javelin spin over to where the Lucio and the Sojourner at. And then
agreed.
Now they're caught out and they can't kill me in time because I'm Orisa, right? I have that survivability.
You got it.
If I wait like about probably 2 or 3 seconds here just to make sure I'm at decent HP, go across, hold high, and then I can also be the one to take the cart. So my teammates can use the map control.
Yes, and you can even play underneath the high ground here to just shoot the monkey. You know, avoid the Sojourn, avoid the Kiriko, just shoot the monkey. Because where's he going to hide?
My teammates are in a good spot.
So that's it. That's it.
And
exactly.
I'm I also have my ult too, so like I don't even have to worry about if I don't have gold. Actually, it looks like I had the idea of going there, but I
yeah, well, the funny thing is I actually don't know if it's necessarily your mistake here. I want this to be more of like a team educated and kind of like we understand what we're trying to do here, because what ends up happening is we get the wrong idea. We're thinking, let's group up as 5 and rotate in the open. But now the funny thing is like, do you see the angles they have at us now? Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, and now we took a powerful position and we just left it behind.
We need to keep the team there. Yeah,
that's
we gave
right.
up the position. And
that's right. We gave it the position, right? So whether we're pushing, whether we're holding, whatever the case may be, we got to be on the same page. We got to be in the same timing. And I think this is where you need to be a little bit more comfortable with. It's okay to be by yourself as long as we're on the same time.
I was gonna say, I think that also is just going to be on me to kind of set that tone as a tank to begin with, because my teammates will know I'm doing that stuff to begin with, and then they don't have to even think about going there.
You got it.
We've all been ranked players for a long time now.
Of course,
so it's like, even though we've all played at at high levels with stuff, it's like we're so used to rank that like these type of like small plays. So, yeah,
100%.
that just mean more. What I'll do in future scrims or Tuesday,
100%.
I'll set the tone a bit more so teammates can expect me to be in these spots, and then it will be a lot easier.
100%, 100%. I think just more than anything else, just being comfortable with experimenting a little bit with it, because like this stuff takes time to not only understand but be able to do comfortably. So, even a situation like this, right? Even a clear situation here, right? Like where like you don't necessarily have to dive here. We could just shoot this monkey here. You could be like, all right, where do you guys want to play? I'm gonna take a turret position and just shoot stuff. Works too. Let's
I think during that comms we committed to a play, and I think sometimes we need to also be ready to have like a secondary plan. If like a Winston decides to just dive in randomly, it's like, what do we do? Why don't we just kill the Winston? Like it's just a free pick, and then we go in.
Right.
How much of this?
I think this is the. Yeah, this is where we get the nice kill from a bit of a Sojourn off angle, and then you could start to walk forward here, but we could also take this time here to just keep our Kiriko, keep our Sojourn pocketed, and just let you bully the tank around while we're killing the Lucio, we're killing the Tracer, right?
It's almost like we're stacking too much as a team in general when we don't need to.
It is. Well, here's what happens is when we take off angles, we don't time things very well, and we don't really push. We just kind of stand there. And then we get mad that we're not being proactive. And then we say, we just need to start pushing, guys. And that's right. But then we group up.
So it's like we need to.
There has to be a balance there where we could push from off angles.
We make it too easy. I don't have to worry about.
Yeah, I think a little bit of it is Apply's got that shot calling experience where he really likes people to group up and push. A little bit of that Overwatch 1 thing, but I think it's a little bit trickier to do in Overwatch 2 because you don't have that defense matrix covering your back on the off angles anymore, right?
Yeah, you have to. Yep, that makes sense.
It's a lot harder. Now, I want you to look at our setup here. What are you thinking of our setup here? I'm not just you here, but just generally here.
I'm looking right now for a second.
Yeah, take your time.
I mean, so far, and I mean, I think maybe I should start on the high.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if I'm going to play right there, then there's no reason for me not to start on high because I can end up defaulting back to that spot anyway. Yeah.
Exactly. But overall, looks okay, right?
It's okay. Yeah. I mean, everything in theory is, you have, Kiriko's in a good spot to heal. Sojourn has a decent angle. Tracer's on the flank. Lucio's set there to, everything's good. Yeah.
This is where defensive positioning is really important because it means that we don't have to mess up our timing because is there any time where are you going to get focused and our team can't help you? No, like we're
because of the angle. That's why, I should be set up on high ground regardless.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like the second point Hollywood, where any time that they push you, Jay and Kark, you're going to be able to help you. Cuss and Apply are going to punish them. There's never going to be a time where you're going to be fighting by yourself or Jay's going to be fighting by himself. And if I'm on high,
I can also help them get one shot at the high ground, and then they can follow up. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yep.
But I love this setup. I think this initial setup is really, really quite good.
Yep. And if I play high, I can also deny that flank play we lost to.
Yeah.
During the last match we had on WCS, we lost to that flank play and we were set up we didn't know what to do. Now if I stay up there, I can also default to be able to help high ground or flip map. Yep.
Now we just pat you on the back a little bit here, but this is where things start to get a little hairy. You know what's going to happen here, right?
Yeah, it starts to get a bit interesting.
It's you get this, you want to push, but as soon as
I remember this.
Well, but why is this bad? Not necessarily completely bad, but why is this extremely risky?
Because
from the timing standpoint.
It's our setup too. Our setup can't follow up on that because they're playing at you. So if I push them into the room, no matter how good of a displacement it is, it's not going to matter.
It's Winston all over again.
Go to TPN, is it worth it? Because if I get my
Exactly. It's Winston all over again, right? Where the idea of what you're doing, it can work, but really Jay and Kark, you can't really do much right now. Even Apply and Cuss, it's like that. There's not even a Tracer for them to shoot, right? They barely even get the Tracer in the first place. And then unfortunately we go from there. So I think that's good. Let's actually take a look at, let's look at our defense on Hollywood really fast, because again, I just want to kind of putter around here. That's because we don't really have any specific idea of what we're going to play. It just gives you a good idea, again, of like, what is our defensive setup looking at? So what do you think about this? Again, is everyone committed off of this position? Are we all in a position to do stuff at the same time?
In theory, we could. Actually, no, because we've already lost the time on the back line on Winston Tracer. I'm trying to see. I want to see how the jump goes.
Sure.
Yeah. No. I can spam up high ground. Apply goes high ground. Custom peels. We're kind of all over the place.
Sure. So how
Jay
should
can't even take a fight? Like, see where Jay's at? Like, it's
right. But no, wait a second. If Jay is shooting Winston, that's still okay. And oftentimes that's who he's going to have to shoot because the Winston's going to be looking for him. So what positioning here do you think needs to improve?
Probably mine.
Okay. What's wrong with yours?
I mean, it depends. Like it's all like I know what I'm doing with spamming them. I could be over there sooner, like over where I'm at now sooner. How the other Sigma was like engaging over, so I don't give them that much poke time.
Mm-hmm.
I could be back where CarQ's at. I could be.
But wait a second. If you went here sooner, you might cut off LOS from where our backline was positioned.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all timing based on that too.
Right.
I'm trying to think of like this is where I'm looking at it.
And the reason your backline was positioned back here, by the way, was because the Winston and Tracer. Can you see my mouse? The Winston Tracer were all the way where Custa was, like near dumpster.
Yeah, I go high then here. I think I take high ground with apply and Custa.
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, mate. I actually think what you're doing right now is totally fine. Because
fair enough.
You have your job is to do what your hero does well. And your hero shoots squishies really, really well, especially those hit scan characters, right?
If I recall correctly, too, I actually rotate back and shield up there at some point.
Yes, you do. This is good. This is what we need you to do so that this guy could be isolated, right? The only nitpick here is I think Custa is one of the things that we worked on with Custa was finding out where he needs to be. So he spent a lot of time this scrim limit testing and trying different stuff. This is where Custa is trying some stuff and he's not quite sure. So I think maybe here he could have been with Jay maybe to be able to boop this Winston or something like that instead.
Or even with apply.
Or with apply. Yeah. Exactly. You got the right idea.
I was mentioning that too, with the Lucio was always with someone and then apply would try to engage.
It's good.
So like
it's good. But from your standpoint, this is really good. We're actually good timing wise here because apply is fighting right now. Custa is a little out of position. We talked about that already. CarQ is helping. Jay's fighting. You're fighting. This is great.
Is there a world though where I also go up with apply and Custa and just dominate the high ground?
You could, but remember the character that you're playing doesn't need that.
Yes, exactly. But okay, I see. So this is probably the right concept. Now, if they're running the same comp we were running, then my rotation would be different because I wanted to kind of prevent them if they go up there with Sigma.
Yeah, you got it. But this is perfect. Like this is, even if you don't even hit a single shot, you're keeping the pressure, you're cutting off the sight line, you're preventing that backline from doing what they want to do. And so look at what happens to your HP, Jay's HP, and look what happens to their monkey's HP.
Yep. So
Jay takes some damage. Jay takes some damage, but you're chill. And that Winston is getting punished. Right? I think that you got it. That's it. Your job here is you don't want to stack with us, right? And you know that, but like you just need to be fighting at the same time, the same place as us. And this actually goes on for quite some time. Like we're not gonna go over every single point here, but really it's just, again, continual pressure. Your job is to make sure that when that Winston dives in, you keep that back line alive. Now, you're not going to get any healing. You're not going to get any healing because we're busy elsewhere.
I do know. Yes.
Yes. And you did a good job with it, right? Even using the cover here. That Sojourn doesn't get the position she wants. You force slide. The Kiriko has to stay with the Sojourn. She can't even follow the monkey. And again, look at your HP and look at the monkey's HP.
Yep. Good
stuff. All right. It's good stuff. Yeah. It's really good. You're doing a really good job of this. And this works for quite some time. And again, I want to point this out that this is a good positioning because of good timing. Because whenever they jump your backline, you're in a position to help out. And you're not getting your cooldowns forced early. You're just
and they're not getting the cleave damage
exactly
Winston on everybody and like everybody.
You got it.
I'm just taking away value.
You got it. You get. I mean, even this whiffed flux, right? Like this is obviously a tough comp to flux. It's gonna happen, especially versus a comp like this. Even the whiffed flux, Sojourn's out.
Forces Sojourn out. Yeah,
she's totally out of this fight. Winston's isolated, so he can't even primal rage and get value anymore. You then continue to pressure Kayla out. Kayla's out. Sunshine's out. Backline is literally MIA. There's a 4v3 happening back here, and your HP is still perfectly healthy. It's good stuff.
That makes sense.
It's really good stuff. Did you want to look at any other points here or any other maps?
Not necessarily. I think the most important thing we looked at was really the timing base for me. At New Queen Street, I knew what was happening.
Yeah.
I was default AFK into cart. We were doing different things. I needed to just. I was not.
This is what also was happening is we were getting frustrated, and there's nobody in our team right now that actually tilts. Nobody actually tilts, but they do. There's a little bit of we get a little grit in our teeth and doing frustrated, and this kind of stuff happens. I mean, do you see the problem here? You see where apply is.
Oh, I know. I think
it's
this is just a team communication.
It's like, come on, guys.
Me know, and I will
exactly.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of thing that I want us to do. And so for you specifically, I'll take some notes in your Discord channel. I'd like you to do a better job of two things. Number one, check your backline's position so you know where you want to gold. It doesn't matter for Orisa, Sigma, Winston, Diva, Zarya. I don't care. Oh yeah, I mean you know it, right? And the second thing here is try to get that when we do want to push, try to get that sort of communication synced up with everybody else and see if there's situations if we could push without being stacked. More of like just go and try it and see it. I know it's not a very clear direction, but I think there's something that you can kind of experiment with. Okay.
That makes sense.
Any questions?
No, not really. I mean, like I said, the biggest thing for me was just covering the timings and like seeing that, and obviously seeing overhead point of views like that is it is 10 times easier. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, you're doing a really good job, mate. Always a pleasure to work with you. I'll type up some notes in your channel, and then obviously if anything comes up, just message me directly. All right.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much. That was super helpful.
You're very welcome. Have a good rest of your stream, mate. Cheers.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your day. See you.
All right. All right. Let's type up some notes, chat. So, Rissa, Sigma, Winston, etc. Habits to work on. 1, check backline LOS to choose positioning, get timing right. Communicate pushes a second or 2 in advance, or even especially when you are pushing. Make sure timings are synced. Experiment. See if there are more setups when we can be pushing without stacking S5. Okay. Posture check, King. Sorry, I was looking down at my thing. Keyboard. Yeah. Anyway, that's all. Let's I see you, by the way. Huh. What? What's up, Apollo-Fi? But I hope you guys realize that, like, even at this high level, like, a lot of the times it's just about developing really, really strong habits. If you've seen some of my videos, maybe with my lower rank. Oh, by the way, thanks for the subs, y'all. I didn't get a chance to thank some of you guys for subscribing. I think I saw Alexandra. I apologize. Thank you guys for the subs. That wasn't for you. Very awkward for me. It's okay. Yeah, I hope you guys realize that, like, we're when we talk about this stuff, the fundamentals and, like, having really strong, not just fundamentals, I guess, but, like, really good habits is not a low rank thing. It's important for low ranks. It's important for high ranks. And what you notice is that as players get better, you got to constantly revisit the fundamentals. You got to constantly revisit the fundamentals because the thing here's what makes Emongg great. His fundamentals, I guarantee you, are better than yours. Guarantee you. He's got good fundamentals. But what makes Emongg great is not just the fundamentals. It's also his mechanics, his cooldown usage, his knowledge of the matchups, and all those kind of things. So what ends up happening is that sometimes professional players they'll forget the fundamentals because they're really focused on a particular matchup or mechanics or understanding the character. And you got to go back to basics, especially in team play. So anyway, obviously Emongg is always a pleasure to work with, and he's a smart player. And as he said, it's not even like this is necessarily new concepts for him as well. These are things that he also coaches and teaches. So it's just more about, like, hey, don't forget, this stuff is what we need. So what electric guitar do I have? I have a Fender Stratocaster, 3-tone Stunburst. I mowed lawns for 2 years when I was a teenager, 13, 14 years old, with a freaking 20-inch wide, non-self-propelled push mower, 3-acre lawn. Took me so many hours. It took me like 4 hours to mow the yard. I did that for like a year and a half. I was literally like 90 pounds, 13 years old, man, 85 pounds. But I saved up for that son of a gun, and I still got it. Yeah, Emongg is a smart player, good mental, all that kind of stuff. All right, sounds good, Polito. I know that's something that we're working on actually this week, potentially. Whom are the Overwatch roster am I coaching? I've coached. You guys got to understand, the Overwatch thing is more about content and just having a good time and enjoying scrimmaging. We're not really necessarily pursuing results because, the amount of times that it's not just the experience, it's also the priorities for other people. I mean, freaking Karki showing up late to scrimmage because he's playing Minecraft at 4:00 in the morning. And, we've only done we've had like one scrim a week for like the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's just more of a fun exercise, but I've worked with 4 out of the 5. Do you have a series that goes with the fundamentals? Yes and no. We're there. Okay. There is a long-term plan here, that we are looking to do a full Overwatch fundamentals series for free on Spylo 2. Like 5 minutes, what is an off angle? What is tempo? What is cover? What is a cycle? What were some of the other terms I had here? What is resetting? What is space? What is overextending? At some point, we're going to do that. What is life? Yes, we're planning to do that. And I want to do that for free as well. and make like a full playlist. But yeah. Okay. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Yeah, so do we want to look at the WAC versus Falcons match? I feel like I want to look at the WAC versus Falcons match. So if you guys haven't been here for professional Overwatch analysis, this might be one of the most entertaining matches that I've heard because of the compositions that are being played. Okay, Falcons versus Yeti was good too. Oh man, crap. The only reason I'm thinking maybe Falcons versus WAC is like the number of maps. Is there only 4? I don't know if I can do that many maps, y'all. Okay, let me get some water. Let me like walk around for a minute. I gotta stretch my legs, and we'll take a look. I'll be right back. Actually, you know what I should do? If I'm smart, I'll run an ad. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna squeeze you guys for every single penny that you're worth. Now, actually, it's done to prevent like first time. If you join the stream, there's a reason. I'll be right back. 1 minute. Guns are higher, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Oh, good. I kind of like that song. It's pretty good. Also, oops, I need to change out the full screen here. Born in the USA. Oh yeah. What do you guys think? Is it Yeti? I feel like the WAC versus Falcons thing was pretty dang good, right? And this is only maybe we do WAC versus Falcons. I feel like I pulled this up already, no? I mean, come on, guys. Like, oh, this is like, come on, we have to do this. Look at these comps, guys. Echo, Winston, Tracer, Ana, Brig, Doom. Maybe, what do you guys think? Was the other match? Let's actually take a look at the Yeti codes really fast because maybe the Yeti codes are Betty. Oh, you better. Swallow karaoke? No. What do we got here? Comps, Doom, Orisa, Sim, Cassidy, Malga, Doom, Diva. This is pretty good too, actually. All right, which I need an honest opinion here. Like, the only reason why I'm leaning towards WAC versus Falcons is because I feel like, oh man, Stalker on Torbjorn. Oh man, this is because there's 5 maps, and I don't know if I can do 5 maps. I could probably do 4. Dang it, dude. This is tough, man. Dude, Korean Overwatch is just freaking better, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it's like the creativity. I think I think that the Western teams just like, I think they just like hamstring themselves with like they just brawl. Like it just brawl. It's just the easy. There's not enough flexibility, man. Like, I don't know. Just better, bro. It's not even like the dive stuff. It's just like, they're just better, bro. I don't know. Like I would imagine if NA tried something like that, bro. Never, no chance. Okay. Bigger names in the WAC versus Falcons. That's true.
Ready for battle.
Esperanza. They play Zarya. Diva. Doom. Oh, this looks really fun, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we'll tell you what. I'm gonna let y'all vote. Do we do which match? WAC versus Falcons, or I guess Falcons versus WAC would be the way to do it. Or Falcons versus Yeti. I'll put the poll in the chat. Poll's live right now. Poll is live. If you guys don't have an opinion, don't vote, because I'm sure some of the more educated folks will give their opinions. But yeah, I really don't know. Oh, born in the USA, I was born in the USA. Crap, but I had tea. I don't have tea. Koreans are creative when they play dive mirrors. I was like, listen, buddy. At least they're saucing it right now. Can I vote for the scene? Looks like it's going to be WAC, which I'm cool with because, honestly, like I said, I really don't know if I have time for 4 maps. So people have been asking me to do this one for a long time. So let's do it. Let's whack it up. Okay, so let's actually look at the rosters here. So Team Falcons, Overwatch, and then let's look at WAC. Bruce thinks he's a coach. Wait. Okay, so here's our rosters, y'all. Wait, what? They don't have a page? Okay, they don't have a page. That's whack. Get it? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's pretty bad. Lip, Heesang, Junbin, Max, Chorong, Shu. Top tier team. Moon, Pavane. Wow, I haven't heard the name Pavane in a long time. Falcons, Proper, Stalker, Smurf, Hanman, Chio, Fielder, Sir Majed. Yeah, I mean, obviously like crazy stack teams. So yeah, let's take a look here. So first one was what? That was the Samoa one, right? Right? Yeah. The Han Benston flame is going to go crazy. Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll kind of look at this more from like a third-person standpoint, like more a generic standpoint without like really any targeted feedback. What I would like to do is I'd like to talk about like how each team is going to control space and how each team are going to fight for off angles. There's this perception, I think, that we sometimes get where like there's certain comps that fight for off angles and there's certain comps that don't fight for off. No. Every comp needs to at least have an answer for space, whether that's off angles or not, because the off angles is space, okay? It is space. Like space isn't just space here. Space is also here and here and here and here. So you have to have a plan for choosing what angles and what space that you want to control. And then when you control the space and angles, you usually win the fight. To decide what space you want to control, what position, is really as simple as every player on the enemy teams, without all these esoteric, complicated concepts. If I'm playing Winston, what good position for Winston? You guys get what I'm saying? Like, that's it. That's all it is, right? Probably a high ground, somewhere to get up and close to squishies. Okay. What about Echo? Like probably utilizing this like vertical cover here, pokey, tickle, tickle. What about Tracer? Probably somewhere in the flank over here. You know what I'm saying? What about on a Brig? Probably like a slightly longer sightline here. Something like that. What about the Kiriko Luzu? Probably more aggressive, hyper-aggressive on the angles, playing shorter sightlines, right? It's just you go down the list of what each character wants to do, and you learn how the composition is supposed to position by looking at the individual characters. You don't position Widow differently in pro play than you do in lower rank play. You don't position Kiriko differently in high rank play compared to lower rank play. Now, your Kiriko might be healing the tank a little bit more if you're running like Kiriko Lucio with a Winston, for example. But for the most part, it's largely the same. So the interesting thing to point out here is the on a Brig with a Winston. Now, how many of you guys would think Winston is good into this composition? How does Team Red want to play? How does Team Red want to control space? What are Team Red's advantages? What are Team Blue's advantages? Give you guys a few seconds to think about it here, because I think this is going to be super interesting. What does Onabrig do? What does Winston do? What does Doomfist do? By the way, Waloob, I'm ignoring that comment. I just hope you know that. Soft dive to get long angles for Brig on force cool and skill backline. No clear dive targets for Winston. Has to focus on forcing CDs. Red is sustain. Blue is more aggressive rush. Sure. You guys are fine. Yeah. So really what they want to do is they want to get Fielder into a powerful position, because let me put it this way. If Chio and Fielder get into a powerful position and stay uncontested, Echo's going to have like 1 trillion healing. Tracer's going to have 1 trillion packs. There's going to be honest sniper damage going out constantly. It's like Red is going to control these longer sightlines, and they're keeping the Brigitte to keep those sightlines safe, right? Winston, like you said, is really just forcing cooldowns. He doesn't have really a clear dive target to kill instantly. He has to dive Kiriko to force the teleport, or maybe force amp, and so on. So I agree with what they said. I listen. Yes, that's good. That's good. So let's see what happens. Big thing for Red is going to be about getting the Ana Brig to a powerful position, making sure that you don't have 7 different angles to dive on. Now for Blue, you're going to have to close the distance with these guys. Like, you're going to have to look to punish Monkey. Now the good news for Blue is that because Ana Brig are a little bit more limited with where they can position, they have to play longer sightlines usually, right? The Kiriko Lucio could use super aggressive flanks, right? And just go for crazy angles, and they're not going to get punished. So you can already see here, just from the space alone, that Red is kind of stuffed. Blue is way set up, like already prioritizing moving forward. Shorong working with Lip on the off angle. Junbin goes in. I actually think this is too far. I think this is too far of a dive from Blue. This is a pretty risky. I think yeah. Look at this, chat. What a play from Chio. So Junbin goes for a bait cooldown cycle. Look at this. He's trying to punch out. Chio says, no, you're overextending, and knocks him flat in his butt cheeks. That's actually a huge play from Chio. Because look at where Junbin is and look at where the rest of his backline is, right? This is too far. But he's trying to force a cooldown. A huge play from Chio. Now, the funny thing about this, though, is that Stalker gets smoked here. So you know what they do? This is what makes... All right, I got to get the team names correct here. This is what Falcons... No. WAC does super well, is they see their tank troll or mess up or get punished, and there's no hesitation. You guys see that? So Junman's going to die, but they get a kill out of it. That's phenomenal timing. Really actually insane that they even got anything out of it. Smurf really needs to cure his bubble if he can. There's bubble. The funny thing is actually Winston is really bad if he's not like actively taking proaction. I really don't like this from Smurf. I think here he needs to disengage sooner. This is way too much. At this point in time, once his bubble's broken, he needs to get out way faster. He needs to honestly jump all the way out back to safety here. He's just a leech here. He's not actually controlling space or doing anything. He's just a total leech. And then both cooldowns miss from Fielder. That's unfortunate. Oh no, my goat. And then Junbin actually goes Winston in response. Now, why do you guys think Junbin goes Winston? Pretty obvious, right? What do you guys think? What does Winston have that Doomfist doesn't? Yeah, on a brig, yep. You need a bubble to deal with Sleep Dart and Whip Shot. So Junbin doesn't have a lot of healing, but there's options here. Okay, still. Gotta play close range. Gotta get up close and dirty. Another deep dive. Brig bashes out. This is actually really good. What is Junbin? Does Junbin see Whip? Oh, Chio. Oh, Chio already used it. They must have already called that he used it. Or he gets it before Chio gets Whip back. Wow, okay. Really great jump there. Again, great timing from the push from WAC. The timing of these pushes have been really good. And it's interesting because Shu is honestly, more often than not, just marking the enemy Tracer more than anything else. Nice pulse bomb from Proper. And the pulse bomb from Lip crucially misses. Let's check it out, Lip. What do you got, my friend? Oh, that's close. Yeti is so clear of both of these teams. All right, I gotta check. Who's on Team Yeti? Knife, Viper, Dong, Hack, Bliss, Irony. Interesting. Coach Flood, I will carry. There's a double Tracer copy. And this is mostly because they think the fight's still winnable. Because it's a 4v5, but they have point control. There's the beat engage. There's the rally response. Shu isn't able to get out. Wait, what happens with Suzu? Does he use it? Yeah, he does. Oh my gosh. How low was he before beat hit? I'm actually curious. 7? Or he needs to hit that pulse bomb. Smurf has to die there for this to be even close to being winnable. So I think there could have been better anticipation there from WAC, just like that they were going to get pushed there after they lost one, and then probably preserving their Kiriko's cooldowns a little bit better. At the very least, not getting your Suzu forced and your teleporter forced. But really, I think partially that, and also just two missed pulse bombs, and Team Red did not miss pulse bombs. That's pretty much it. Oh, they're gonna go so deep. I don't love this here. I don't love this. I would have loved to have seen. Okay, so chat, how would you set up this Kitsune Rusher Primal if you're Team Blue? Tell me. Think about it. Spylo heads. Ah, Stalkers. Disgusting. How'd you set it up? After Bash, maybe? How do you force Bash? Like, what advantage does Blue have over Red? I agree, Techie. I agree, Techie. Speed, right. I think this is a missed opportunity here for a speed rotate. I think you could rotate through here. You're already here. You might as well speed rotate, maybe even commit your bubble if you need to. Force the Honor Brick to move their flabby old butt cheeks, move them faster. You're going to catch them. And then you can Kitsune Rush. Then you can commit your Primal Rage. This is, chat, do you guys remember the Spylo term for this? What is this called? The only reason I like using the Spylo term is because it sticks in your head. It's reaching, it's cheating. Yes, it's cheating. It's cheating. We have Kitsune, we have Primal. Let's just skip steps, skip staging, just go for backline. But the problem is that when you cheat, you run the risk of getting caught. And this is what happens. He's saying doesn't have support. He's saying is not coming in from an off angle. He's running it down main. And not only that, but Chorong actually is kind of hard for Chorong to get there too. Chorong, look at this rotation for Chorong. It's risky, it's hard, right? It's cheating. Now they did get close, and they did get their Primal. So maybe there's a world where this is still winnable. But this is more likely than not going to result in just a lot of messy trades that I think WAC will probably lose. Should lose. I don't know if it happens, but it should happen. Yeah, I mean, this is just deathmatch, messy, 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 and WAC still has point control. Oh no, they gave it up. That's actually pretty big. Now, I will say one good thing here is that Junman is not losing control here. Junman is staying on the target, staying on the time there. Oh, he gets the Primal off just in time as well. It's a bit of a mistake there. Okay, we basically reset. We have point control. Lip has Pulse Bomb. They're probably going to look for a beat engage here. So they're going to look to stage their backline pretty close and then just beat in hard on the Ana Brig and look for something with Pulse Bomb. Chorong has it. There it is. There's the beat. Ana Brig are ready for it. They've disengaged. They're looking for Nano Brig just in case. I think the play here is I think they're looking for Nano Brig, guys. I really think they are. I just think this rotation from Fielder is a little bit awkward. I think he goes this direction, but I think, and obviously in hindsight, with a little bit more practice, I think he makes the decision to go here instead. Or because what ends up happening is he stays in the open, and there's just not enough. Like, I don't know why there's not enough punish. I think maybe Proper's angle's too deep. Yeah, Proper's angle's too deep. Because what ends up, oh my gosh, Smurf gets his ankles shattered. Oh, that's what happens. I'm like, where's the punish here? Okay, so Proper's staging a little too deep into the pulse bomb. Stalker has to fight a non-beat Echo, and it's hairy, right? He actually plays okay. And Smurf gets his ankles shattered. Oh, it's just a Bible verse. Yeah, and Smurf gets his ankles absolutely shattered. Why are they running on instead of Lucio? Or on a Brig? I don't know. It's more of a wide open sightline map compared to other King of the Hills. That's it. Pretty well executed. They were able to close the distance much better that time. Yeah, that's super unfortunate there. Oh, he missed the Mega. That's true. That's true. Actually, great point there. Proper gets touch. I don't know why tracers do this. Once you touch here, just blink off. Like, okay, can we... I need to make a video on this. You guys understand that when you touch at 97%, you've procced over time, right? You don't have to stay. You blink here, you blink off, you probably preserve your recall, or at least you have a chance to. You guys understand that, right? You do not have to wait for it to say overtime. Mojak, thank you for the sub. So once you've touched here, you don't have to touch anymore. Leave. Overtime will proc. I don't know what it is on Flashpoint. It's 95 sounds about right, though. But yeah, Proper has an issue with OT. We've already learned that from the London game last finals or playoffs. Oh, Cho wrong. Do we have a little bit of cheating? I think we have a little bit of cheating here. Okay, let's talk about this. I don't like this play from Team WAC. How would you play this if you're Team WAC? What's the play here? If you're ult tracking properly, which you should be, because these are the best players in the world, the best players of the best players. Yes, Team WAC is blue. What's the play here? You tell me. Yeah. I think the best thing to do here is just to beat the ever-living crap out of whoever touches point. I think the best thing here is just to get Heesang on a good angle like this here and just beat the crap out of Proper. Beat the crap out of Junman. Just obliterate them. Force the ults. You will force the support ults if you do this. And then, yeah, kite out if you need to. Or just Kitsune and force point and then to get out. Just beat him up. The problem here is that they're letting Falcons get the point touch, and then they're cheating again. But they know that they have Rally Nano. Unless you literally one-shot Fielder, this fight's over. And they're not set up for the one-shot. And so Junman's on the way out. Chorong's hovering in Narnia. Dies. You can't... I think you have to be way cleaner with your rotations here for this to work. And the fight plan ends up being like ridiculously cheap. I actually think that Falcons just win off of that. They do. That's criminal. That is absolutely criminal. Just because you're playing a Lucio comp doesn't mean you need to use tempo. It's just a shorter sightline comp, right? You could abuse really, really aggressive angles and then force them to use ultimates to even just break the choke and then just run away and laugh at them and go na boo boo. Caduceus, thank you for the sub, mate. You're only 1 month away from getting the new badge, which is equally underwhelming as the egg. Yeah, I mean, that's disastrous right there. So we're seeing a lot of reaching, a lot of cheating, and I think especially when the fight plan doesn't make a whole lot of sense, it's a little bit painful. Again, I want to see another backline rotation here, especially considering you don't have any ultimates. You need to try and spook the rally out of Chio or spook the copy out. You're 7th child, thank you for the sub. You have a Stormcrow, yes. You're one of the OGs. Now, I want you guys to notice something. Look at how Team WAC is playing this. They don't need to rush things. Because as long as they're hiding from the Ana, they can play it slow. Right? You guys get me? Just play patiently. Play patiently. Smurf takes the jump. Shu really does not want to get his teleport forced. Smurf messes up. Oh my days. Smurf. Smurf! This is actually a fairly decent cooldown trade for him. He just doesn't primal. He just doesn't primal. Because and also in addition to that, if you're Falcons here, what do you need to be doing? What do you need to be doing? Who's trolling right now? There's 3 people trolling right now. 3. Smurf not for popping primal. It's actually a pretty good jump. It's actually a pretty good jump. The play itself of like putting pressure on Kiriko, getting the Echo to fall back is pretty good. Because Falcons could definitely be doing something right now. Who's trolling? Who's trolling? Who's trolling? Who's trolling? Who's trolling? Proper and Stalker, yes. Why are we trying to shoot the back line? Stop! Keep pressure on this guy. Stalker especially should be doing way more pressure on this Winston here. The fact that Junman is full HP is criminal. Actually criminal. Now, I don't know how this is going to go, because actually I like the way the backline here has played it. They've created a split here where Monkey can't jump both. He has to choose. So even though Chio messes that up a little bit, it's pretty good. There's an early primal, bashes out. He really wants to preserve that primal rage. Or that rally, excuse me. Oh, Proper. Oh, he gets smoked. Oh, it's Echo. It's Echo. It's Heeseng's angle. Ah, man, the goofy errors that are killing us, man. For both teams. Ah, that's tough, man. That's really tough. Is that it? Oh no, Stalker kills Lip. Should be still it though. Great peel there from Fielder. Should still be it if something dies. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. That was really well done in some ways and really badly done in others. I think it's just like individual ends, to be honest with you. Like Proper dies there, like just gets smoked by the Echo on the angle. I think Stalker Proper missed opportunity to put pressure on that Winston. Really important that they do. Smurf doesn't use Primal. That was just, that's it. Yeah, the Emongg coaching has already happened. I should probably change it. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'll jump the stream title there. Okay, that's it. This is... Let me explain the Zarya Cassidy comp to you guys. So this is basically... You are playing Cassidy because short to mid-range map. Okay? But Cassidy can be run down. So you play a tank that can directly peel for the Cassidy while also functioning in that same short to mid-range environment. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. I know the teams that have played it have not looked super good. I know, was it Dante's team, Luminosity, that struggled with it a little bit. But I don't think necessarily it's a bad composition. You just got to play it really well. And it just might not be the best composition because Cassidy is historically fairly fragile, especially when ult fights run around. Team Blue's comp is interesting because it's running similar things, but instead of running the Baptiste to support the Cassidy, they're running the Kiriko to support the Cassidy with Suzu and so on. And they're running the Orisa instead. Now, you might be like, oh, you know, Zarya beats Orisa. I do agree that Zarya does fairly well versus Orisa. The problem with that, though, is that with the Baptiste, especially, and with the Kiriko, there is a world where Blue could take really aggressive short angles and just push with things like Beat and Kitsune, and something will probably die. So we'll see. Team Red needs to take powerful positions for the Zarya and Cassidy and kind of catch the aggression with their Baptiste. Because that's what Bap is really good at, is pocketing somebody that's under a lot of pressure with Lamp, Shift, with range heals, and so on. So you want to play actually more open angles in general, I think. So we'll just kind of like let this play, but this is going to be kind of a war of attrition where just both teams are unwilling to go. I think in general that fight should favor the Zarya as long as they're able to keep themselves alive. Tracer's on the angle. Bubble on the cast. I don't really know what that was all about, but okay. There's the attempt at tempo. They catch it with the bubble. They catch it with the Baptiste. You can kind of see how that fails. If they have to put, like, I don't think Jungmin should have tried to push there. I don't think Jungmin should have tried to push. I don't see what he saw, to be honest with you. This is the important part of the push and pull, where it's like, we have to push, right? No, you don't. You could just hide from the Zarya. It's the same thing that they did in the previous round where they're playing versus the Ana Brig comp. You don't have to push. You could just hide from the targets. So there, it's fine. I don't agree with the push beyond that point. I think like once you get booped out of your javelin spin here, that's fine. You now, basically with the cooldowns that you forced, you've pretty much guaranteed that you can focus Tracer and Cap Point for free. So they've tried to brute force it and through a choke. And yeah, it's not good. Even with Suzu there, Junbin's gonna die. Red again catches the push. Does Smurf overextend again? Smurf, you have no bubbles, Smurf. Okay, Chorong also hits a lot of shots. Wow. Oh, jeez. That is disgusting. Yeah, agreed, Techie. So things are getting kind of messy here. A lot of messy trades going back and forth. Both teams trying to jockeying for position. Blue's going to come back faster with the Winston. There's the quote-unquote counter swap. Junbin needs to live. Junbin does live. And so on. Yeah, the really other situation is that both things kind of fed there, but Smurf fed later, so Junbin got back sooner, especially playing Winston, and then that's pretty much all there is to it. But yeah, you guys are going to notice a lot of Cassidy's dying in these comps. He's just a slower character. He doesn't have Sojourn Slide, and so he's just, yeah, it's tough. It might be worth the death to get the value. That's kind of the idea with Cassidy in these shorter, tighter maps, is that Cassidy's going to provide a little bit more neutral pressure than a Sojourn. Okay. Smurf staying on the Zarya. I mean, you're quote-unquote being counter-picked by the enemy Winston, but it's still important to pocket your Cassidy. You can still pocket your Cassidy, and you can kind of see how they're playing it, right? They're literally saying, you know, proper, go take an angle, poke, 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 do things. That's kind of, and he's expecting bubbles, right? And that's basically what's up. You guys see what he's saying? They're just catching the aggression here. Like, it's on a razor's edge. Like, we're on a razor's edge here. This guy's getting bubble, lamp, and whatever. And so they might still lose this, but that's all they're doing. Now, if I'm looking at this from WAC's position here, I think for me, I think they played this okay. I think the big thing here is they just needed to actually not screw up mechanically, to be honest with you. I think this is just great mechanics from both sides. I think this is just going to be which team performs better mechanically. Because if you look at Lip here, Lip's just too far from the corner. And then he's saying, is going to get this pulse bomb, right? Misses the pulse bomb, and Proper just hits a crazy shot. I actually like what Junbin does. He spooks the Cassidy to force the cooldowns, and then he immediately goes for the cooldownless BAP. I don't think it's a bad idea there, especially with the beat engage that's coming afterwards. But yeah, that was pretty darn well played by Team Red overall. The way they caught that engage was really good. Is this a protect the President cast comp? Yeah. It's a razor edge comp. And the reason why it generally struggles is more to do with old economy than anything else. The neutral plan of this comp can work quite well, but NKO, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Hope you've been doing well. Long time no see. But the problem is like once Winston gets a primal rage, or you got a Kitsune rush that can run through the Baptiste window, it gets kind of messy. It's interesting that there's stuffing up here. I'm not sure. Oh, what happened? Oh, Lip died. Oh, well. You know, that is one of the challenges of running Winston Curie cast, is like your Kiriko kind of wants to babysit both targets a little bit. Whereas something like an Orisa or whatever isn't quite as demanding of support. You need to rotate fast here, because they need to get to a powerful position and hold it quickly. Okay, they're kind of caught in rotation here. There's the bubble. There's the BAP window. I don't know. I think this is where if you're if you're Falcons here, I think you needed to rotate sooner. The sooner you can get your Zarya here, Cassidy here, Bap here, Lucio with Tracer over here, you need to set your feet. This comp is weak when it's moving because they end up forcing a bubble and it basically does no damage either. Like it's just there. And then the more messy things get, the worse the Bap gets. Because who's using this Bap window right now? Nobody. Wait a second here. Wait a second. Well played by WAC though. That's well played. They did a really good job hitting them on rotation, setting their Winston in and taking the space accordingly. Even the high noon, just to kind of zone that area, was really good. All right, solo grab really on anybody here is good. Winston obviously is great if you can get him. Oh no, Smurf. Again, bait the president. Oh, he was trying to... Oh my gosh, dude. Freaking... This Lucio play is just actually insane. Look at this. He does this on purpose. Look at that. Look at this guy. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, man. That's insane. Oh, Lip. You know what I love? Here's what I love. All right, I'm gonna say something a little bit disrespectful, but it's funny. I love like the level of thinking and brain and like the depth and like the super insane Cho Wrong big out plays, good hit by Junbin there, whatever. And then freaking Lip and Proper are just like taking turns to see which of them is gonna do the least brain dead thing. Like our Winston has jumped out, and Lip is still like, yeah, no, I can handle it. I can handle it. I got this. I got this, guys. I'm not going to run away or disengage or no. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I could still peek this. I'm good. Oh, that boot by Chio is disgusting. It's little things like this. Like this is. I cannot understate how important this is. That boop right there is fight saving. Completely kills the momentum of that push entirely, and that's what kills. Oh, wow. Okay, there you go. Nice bubble. Great catch there. You guys want to talk about a great catch? If you want to make this composition work, this is what you need. Check this out. Boop, bubble. Fielder's, by the way, still not pushing. He's always maintaining a little bit of range. Hits a double cooldown. Still catching, by the way. And Smurf has the wherewithal to not only be damaging 24/7, but flick on the bubble and then immediately flip back and finish the kill on Showrong. I mean, that's 30. Junbin was a bit too early, but that's because they just were down one. They wanted to try and make a chaos fight happen. Beautiful fight. Beautiful fight from Falcons here. Yeah, he rolled out to get to an angle. I don't think Lip should have. There's no way Lip gets out of this alive, but certainly he could have gotten a little bit deeper in. But yeah, that's like the level of execution you need to make this composition work, I think. No ults here. They want some early spawn pressure. I am a little surprised at this whole spawn pressure thing, but it doesn't feel like the best position for the comp. Because like what ends up happening every time is that somebody's caught rotating, you know? But I mean, I guess if the early pressure is there, you know, and to be fair, it happened again. You know, I can't argue with results here because they are hitting the rotation consistently. I just feel like it's a little bit fortunate because it feels like every fight Proper is rotating as he's getting dove, and I don't think you always want that. Nice. Great punish there. You notice again that Smurf isn't just peeling backwards, but his positioning is actually more to proactively punish before the dive actually starts. Yeah, they want to force WAC into an awkward beat situation, and also you want to try and force early resources because you have the better poke. Like if you're playing Zarya versus Winston, you have a little bit better mid-range poke, so you need to be leveraging that before the Winston just collapses on your team. The thing is that like a lot of these early poke things are not like right now they're at least giving time for them to rotate out, where a lot of these times like Proper's been caught mid-rotation. I wouldn't mind seeing a really far back BAP window early and off, like now. Even now. Just to force Tracer stuff out. Oh, yeah, what happens here? It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Lamp for Winston Bubble. Unironically, it's not the end of the world. That BAP window is too close. That BAP window is too close. That BAP window is definitely too close for the fact that he had no cooldowns. It's fine. His cooldowns were fine, but it's too close. And also, I think Chio misses the boop here. Yeah, he misses the boop. It's a nice little adjustment on the angle from Junman. But this boop has to happen, otherwise they're cooked. That should be... Yeah, if Stalker doesn't hit that pulse one there, it's... Deathmatch. Oh, proper lives with roll. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Perfect. Zarya just can only focus what she can see. Zarya would prefer to go for squishies, but a lot of times she's going to be shooting Winston just because that's all she can see. Solo grab, easy kills, that's it. Okay. Okay. This has been great, guys. This is so much fun. I'm not delving quite as deep necessarily just because of the amount of compositional variety that we're seeing, but yeah. Back to the Ana Brig, a little bit more wider sightlines. So yeah, going to be running Sojourn instead of the Echo here because I think it's a little bit flatter map. Now, it's interesting that WAC is running the Echo. It's likely that they just don't want to take the Sojourn mirror. Like he's saying is probably a much stronger Echo than he is a Sojourn. Why Doomfist not Winston? I don't know. Either can work. There's enough verticality. There's enough long distance. Like what makes Winston better is he's better in closer ranges. But Winston works well with Ana Brig, and this is wide enough where Doomfist can work. It has enough verticality. I think either interchangeable. I didn't really watch a lot of UFC, honestly, USFE. Yeah, do you guys want to go back and watch some NA EMEA stuff? Guys, watch some Ramatra Moira mirrors. You guys want to watch some Moira mirrors? Or how about final offer? Orisa. What do you guys think? Orisa Curie? Good stuff from Smurf here. Or Sakiri. And the other thing too as well is if he plays really carefully, just like this, he can preserve his bubble as well. It's really important. I'm curious to see what he's saying is up to. Oh, he goes for Stickies on backline. Because there should have been way more punish on Smurf for doing this from your Echo. Yeah, okay. Junman is just kind of feeling things out, clearing out off angles, whether that's the Winston, the Tracer, or whatever. Pressure on backline, forces Sojourn out. I mean, he almost plays it really well. It's good. It's good enough. Like it is. It's still good what he did. It just needs to be a little. Obviously, it's just getting punished because Fielder's a freak of nature. Nice nade as well. Wow. But you know, again, like while they're all focusing him down, look at what Lip does. Look what Chorong does. Look what Heesang does. Right? It's huge. No, I think Junman did everything right there too. And again, while he's dying, they're taking space off of it. Wow, like he's saying that is a disturbing Echo skin, by the way. What is that? Is this what you guys see? The mirror every time you wake up in the morning? Holy mackerel. And again, Lip deepens the angle here. Good. It's good stuff. I want to see what actually goes wrong for Falcons here. Oh, I think they give up too much space. Yeah, they just go too thirsty on the kill. They lose too much space. It's tricky though, because you know, hindsight there. Like if Junman dies, then it's a good play. But Junman doesn't quite die. Just a risk reward, you know. And the crucially, they just choke them out here. Okay, what happens here? Shu is just a little bit late with the pocket. Dude, dive mirrors are so hard, man. You gotta be on a knife's edge here. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. The kill there on the Echo lost so much pressure. You see Mogga staring back at me? Yeah. Got one of those clown mirrors. Again, here, I don't want to see like a forced dive. I want to see something that's staged properly. Patiently. These things looking probably for a deep flank with a tracer copy. Again, Smurf gets kind of juked here. It's not terrible. It's just one of those times where you really hate using bubble there because of how high he was in HP. I think as long as Echo stickies aren't on the table, I actually don't think Smurf needs to be rushing his bubble so much.
Adaptive circuits engage. Adaptive circuits engage.
There's a deep flank. There's a tracer copy. They're putting pressure on Copper. Copper, proper. That's unfortunate. The timing's off just a little bit. I think the Kitsune Rush need to come out faster. I think in general, Shu is not quite anticipating the punish on his TP stuff in ult fights quite fast enough. This is like the second or third time this has happened. It just, the Kitsune needs to come out a little bit faster. Just a little bit faster so he has the TP. That's it. When I wake up, I see someone built like Doomfist. Same. Mid-fight ults. Team Red has monstrously powerful ultimates, but Fielder dies. Doesn't quite get the pocket there. What they're basically doing is they're spooking backline. WAC. They're spooking backline, and then they're taking those opportunities to just focus the DPS that are now isolated. That's what's happening consistently. Because remember, like, you have crazy pocket onto your Echo Tracer and so on, but only if you're on a Brig or a Life, or not distracted. I think they're just trying to set tempo here. I think they're NA hive minding this one a little bit because they're tracking Nano here and Sojourn ult. So like, we're going to lose this fight. Let's just try and go ahead and make a play with Pulse, which I think is smart. And notice, by the way, chat, what's the difference between KR hive mind and NA hive mind? Do you guys see it? What's the difference? You guys see the setup? Have we done any Lucio VOD reviews recently? Yeah, check out Spilo coaching. Angles, right. They push, they always in a hive mind with angles. Yeah, they take angles first. And that means that there's a significantly higher chance of somebody dying because they've cut off their routes of escape. And they honestly come really close. In fact, the only reason that this fails is Lip gets his recall force because I think he's a little early. Yeah, he's a little early. That's it. It's a crazy play by Fielder and really, really unfortunate because I'm telling you, if Lip's here, I mean, you guys know, everyone's dead. This is a fight win. Yeah, he was afraid of sleep. The sleep would have hit. He had to recall. He was just a little bit early. Good setup. Lip unfortunate with the execution there. They're going to need to do something similar, honestly, again, because they didn't force any ultimates out. So let's see if they do any funny rotations. They take an angle with their Tracer, trying to poke Monkey out, trying to force the early dive. Suzu and TP is forced. You don't love that. Lip gets his recall forced. Then Junman's pulse, Junman's focus. Junman has to retreat, doesn't get out. I mean, it's good. You know, Junman is isolated. You forced Kiriko Suzu. You forced Kiriko TP. You forced recall, so there's no punishment there. Yeah. Ready to watch Ramir and DreamHack finals? How many of you guys are going to DreamHack? Deep flank in a hive mind. Let's go. Maybe we'll see like a... we might even see an Ana copy here. Depending on what he's saying gets forced into. Is Lip messing up his timing again? No, he gets it. It's a little awkward with how many blinks he has to use. Because having to use 3 blinks and then a recall, it just sucks. Like, Lips Tracers, there's been a lot of mistakes from Lips Tracer in this review. Because somebody has to die there. His pulse has to land. And then again, for Shorong, I honestly don't feel like Shorong should be really trying to contest the dive when the dive is that far away. I would prefer him to just keep on Stalker instead.
This ends now.
Who's a good ranked solo soldier? I'm honestly not too sure. Okay.
Adaptive circuits engage.
Is this just a Heesang carry? Kinda, sort of.
Tracer.
Well, they do hit the pulse.
Occupying the objective.
Messy.
Support needed.
Oh, he almost... Proper should die here. Messy. Fielder just goes out and puts him to bed. Yeah, I think that was always going to be hard for WAC to win, considering they lost their Lucio so soon, and they were fighting at an significant ult disadvantage at fight as well. There's a touch at 97. Lip needs to live. Lip does live. Shorong will get next touch. Will die for it. That's okay. Another touch. They're trying to play for Kitsune. Junban's going to die. The Suzu isn't there, and that's it. Yeah. It's good. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable. Like, a lot of what Falcons are doing well is like catching these dives. Whether they're playing Ana Brig or whether they're playing Zarya, they're catching these dives. Their DPS are playing really aggressively here. Not passive, like, oh, passive. No. DPS are playing aggressively. Then, whether it's the Brig, Ana, BAP, Zarya, whatever, they're keeping them alive because they're forcing cooldowns and doing damage early. Then they're using the cooldowns to keep them alive, and then they're pushing right back again. I think Lips Tracers kind of fumbled the bag here and a couple of staging missed opportunities from WAC, but yeah, good map. Okay. I'm going to take a quick walk around the room, and we'll go into the next one.
Ready for battle.
Wait. Oh, this is the wrong team. My bad, y'all. My bad. I was like, wait a second. This doesn't look right. Where's the code? Wait, where is it? Hang on, chat. Okay, I got it. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, this is very exciting to watch live. Very exciting. The heroes they're playing are fun. The non-mirror is really fun as well. This looks like pretty saucy as well. All right, I'll be right back.
Defend objective A.
All right. Definitely don't watch Metro. Yeah, Metro has really, really good mechanics, I think. But I think his positioning is probably the worst. I don't know if it's the worst. I don't really know what I'm comparing it to, but it's positioning is not very good. Okay. Let's see what we roll out with here. I think this is what we roll out with here. Okay, so let's keep moving on here. Basically, what Blue is playing is the equivalent of a pokey anti-dive comp. The difference between this composition and what we saw on the previous round is that you don't need the Lucio speed because you're not going to be moving around, pushing and coming back from spawn or attack. You're just going to kind of be holding space, in which case the Brigitte is a little bit better because she can still peel off and deny the dive, but her ranged heal allows her to contribute more around the fight a little bit better. And the same thing kind of goes with the Sigma. He doesn't have the capability to peel for his Cassidy directly, but he can put out a lot more ranged pressure than Zarya can. And with you already have the Brigitte to help peel for the Cassidy, you may not need the Zarya bubbles as well. I think also the verticality of this map means that you need either some form of mobility or some form of poke. So I like Blue's comp. It's not a comp that you see very much now, very often anymore, but there's a very clear logic behind it. Blue's comp will probably struggle versus any comp that can take really, really aggressive deep off angles and force a Sigma to move around. But for first point, it's going to feel pretty good. Okay, Red is running basically a weird quasi-dive comp where they're essentially going to be trying to kind of rotate with their Lucio speed to get up and close and personal. If they get up and close, ironically, to Brigitte, you can mess her up. Same thing goes with the Cassidy, same thing goes with Baptiste. They need to not take too much poke damage in the meantime. Now, it is interesting to me that they're not running this with Tracer. It might be because Stalker doesn't think Tracer's as important on first point. It might be that they're also scared of Heesang trying to mark the Tracer and preventing Stalker from ever taking an off angle. This is where I think having Hanbin in is a bit of a weak point. D.Va might be really good in this map. Sigma might be really good on this map. But the way to beat this comp would be to get somebody like Smurf in and just run it with Curie Lucio and just rotate as a unit and just get up and close where a bubble is just going to murder these guys. D.Va's a little bit easier to deny with the Brigitte and a little bit easier to deny with the Sigma. Was Happy a Sojourn player in Aldays? Yes. Happy was a very good hit scan player. I would say Happy was maybe top 5 hit scan player. Top 5 or 6 point and click hit scan characters. Yeah, I think when he was playing well, I think he was very good. So there's exactly what we talked about. Remember the catch, guys? Remember the catch? One pack, and there it is. Bam. Punish instantly. Do you think meta is just cover picks or is there a hard meta? I don't think it's a hard meta right now. I don't think people, if there is, people haven't figured it out yet. Even in A, people are already, some of the better teams are already defaulting to dive mirrors now. Great catch. Yeah, Hanbin actually goes monkey. Okay, yeah, I was expecting that to happen. Now, it's interesting they go Brig here. The Brig, I don't feels all that necessary. Maybe the Brigitte is more of a comfort pick. Maybe it's really not a comfort pick. Maybe they think that there's value to be had with like plus wanting a DPS on an off angle. Maybe they think that their Heesang is going to be an issue with packs. I feel like you could just run this with Lucio. My real expectation is that they're running Brigitte because they don't think it's going to translate well into second point. And I would agree. I don't think you would want to run Lucio in second, and so they're confident that we're going to cap this first point. Let's play for second with a character that, because second is too big for Lucio, right? It's too big for Lucio. Brigitte armor packs are way more important. Ana Kiriko, it's hard to break a choke with Ana Kiriko. There's not, it can work, but also Chio's Kiriko is not as good as Brigitte. So this comp makes more sense to me. The Winston's going to be a lot better at closing the distance. You have proper on a comfort pick. You have Stalker playing a DPS that can at least get up and close and personal. And you can already see the off angle setup, right? Sojourn on the off angle, Brigitte controlling space on the high ground. Guys, I'm telling you guys, the level of execution between Korea, I know this is the top of Korea, but like just even look at this. I know everyone makes fun of Spilo for being the angles guy, but look at this, guys. Look at this setup. Look at this. It's beautiful. They're even finding something to do with the Kiriko or the Brigitte, which is mark the Tracer. Don't let the Tracer take the position that she wants and pocket Stalker on the high ground. It's really good. It's a great setup from Fielder, from Proper, from Stalker. I mean, it's perfect. It's the perfect setup. I don't think Hanbin wanted to. Yeah, Hanbin messed up, though. The funny thing, though, is Hanbin he just misses. He just misses. He wanted to take this position here so then he could drop, save his jump, bubble pressure, and jump out. He just messed up. Yeah. And then he bubbles too late. Oh man, the pocket is unreal. But look at what's happening while that's happening, right? Is Chio AFK? No, look at what Chio's doing. Look at this. Chio's getting in there. Chio's on an angle, pushing in. Stalker's in there. Proper has a really aggressive angle. Good. So even though Hanbin made the mistake, and look at the Brigitte Genji now. Holding the space. Staging for the next push. What happens with Hanbin here? Oh, Hanbin is trolling so much. Oh my days. Oh my days. Was this what you guys were talking about? Look at what he's doing. He's taking so much damage. Whoa, stop peeking. Stop alt firing. Oh, my days. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is a horrific performance. The setup here is actually perfect. Literally perfect. This is literally perfectly played from everybody else but Hanman. Oh, man. Yeah, why was Hanman in? Why was Hanman in? This is a good Winston map. You could play Winston on all 3 points. Is there some sort of, there must be some sort of like metagame thing that like people go like Malga or something. D.Va's not as good as a monkey here. D.Va's fine. Yeah. Maybe it's hindsight. Maybe there's something that Max would have like counter swapped to. Maybe they, like the Malga. I don't know. I've like even this is like agony. Like he's alt firing and like oh the bubble's late too. Like at this level of Brigitte, you cannot bubble late. You have to bubble now. It has to be now. Even though they're gonna drop out, you have to. You're gonna lose so much damage. Oh, that's a huge stick by Heesang. Wow. Max giving up space, playing to disengage. Wow, what a pulse. That's actually an insane pulse, guys. Like, can we admire that? Like, hello? Like, I never in my life would I playing Genji would I ever expect to need to deflect that. Like, what? And look at that, still holding the angle. Still holding the angle. He's not cashing in. He's just going to hold the angle and tickle. Hold the angle and tickle. I don't care. Beautiful. Good fundamentals. It's nice to see that, like, the good fundamentals of Overwatch matter. Please, Genji POV? All right, sure. Oh, he almost got her. Okay. Oh, this is a long map. Bless me, man. Hybrid maps always give me the willies. Again, the setup here is good. Hanman needs to just stop freaking taking damage. Like, it's unbelievable. This guy takes so much damage. This guy is an addiction to alt fire. I like the setup from him, actually. This is actually that's actually a really good jump. If he just would freaking manage his HP. Like, look at this guy's HP. It's permanently half. It's actually a really good jump. That's actually a really, really good jump. They actually baited it really well. And then he even plays it well there. He just needs to live. Look at the space they have here. Wait, what happens here? Nice. I mean, it's really well played. That's really, 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 really well played overall. Hanman just needs to live. This is good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Now they just need to leverage point. I think the only thing I'm annoyed at here is I don't know why they're pushing here. They should be looking at Heesang. They should be looking at Heesang. I think Chio gets low and then they have to turn around, but Heesang should be dead here, bro. Heesang should 100% have been dead there. Yeah, I mean, it was overall, it was really, really well staged overall from Falcons. The only reason it took as long as it did is maybe some details at the end were messed up and Hanman just trolling. Hanman must have been coached by Commander X, 100%. Then there's the D.Va mirror. Maybe Winston is unplayable on second point if they go D.Va. I don't know. Maybe the Bapsin stuff makes it too difficult. Bapsin because wide open sightlines. Man, this is where I guess the Briggs can still get value. Salker goes Echo, which is kind of interesting. I actually feel like Genji's still. I don't know. I feel like Echo would be worse here. Maybe that's just me, but wait, what happens to Fielder? Why Zen? Because big map. That's it. Big map. Big map. Very hard to stage. Your Tracer permanently harasses them. This is like the greediest comp, but it's a good comp. A little bit of an extension from Heesang. I guess you just force point here and shoot max. But even that's hard with the Discord diff. What is Chorong doing? Chorong's kind of feeding here, I'm not gonna lie. This is a big deal. Like, that's insane. Chorong really needs to just like avoid doing anything crazy. But again, I like the way the Falcons are playing it. Leverage point, leverage point, leverage point. Try to not peek the Zen. And then make sure that whoever can peek the Zen punishes the Zen. Because otherwise your Brig can't really do anything unless you leverage point. Because you can't even clear high ground. You just get your face blown off. Probably Nano on D.Va here at some point. They actually go Brigitte to the mirror. Disengage. And now I think Falcons need to take high ground. Chio is not ready for that. Gets split. It's a really good punish there. It's a really good punish there. That's okay. Should still be winnable by Falcons if they could take high ground. Which they can. And you might even see a Nano and Stalker here. Depending on how things go. Maybe a Hanben and a Stalker. Hanben and a Stalker. Hanben. My American came out for just a brief second there. It's actually really hard for WAC here. I don't actually know how you retake high ground here. You might even do something stupid like a Diva Bomb. Like unironically, like throw a Diva Bomb and have your Bat Brig try to take high ground at the same point in time. Because it's actually almost impossible. Terrible Nano. I don't get that Nano at all. He was not in a position to do anything. His team was still rotating. You've got a Brigitte and spawn. Just chill, bro. They're not even nanoing for space there. Like, he's just going to get S-keyed out. I don't understand that at all. Bizarre. And then they give up the high ground? What? Because they're trying to push off the Nano. Oh, no. This is the first actively terrible play from Falcons that we've seen yet as a team. It's really terrible. They should take this time at least now to take this position from here and then stage a dive in the backline. Like, you have the perfect staging ground. You have your Sojourner. You have your Echo Copy. You have your Rally. It's actually impossible for them to take back high ground. So you could just do this, leverage cart, look for like a Nano Echo if they try to hide underneath, and you just win. Is the Baptist able to take the high ground easier? It doesn't matter if you're there first. Yeah. So this is like, seems to came at the perfect time. Yeah. Well, it's been really good from Falcons besides some individual stuff. It's really been quite good from both teams for the most part, but they're just going to rally push. So the question is WAC ready for this? If WAC is ready for this, then this will never work. But maybe they just have enough ultimates to dump that they win this anyway. You guys see what I'm saying though, right? Like, it costs what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ultimates? 5 ultimates. 5 versus 2. And those 2 were Diva Bomb and high freaking noon. And they're still just barely winning the fight. Take the high ground, bro. Stage. If they stage here, they use 2 ultimates tops. And they win this fight. Sojourner, Nano. That's it. It's over. Haman's gonna go Zarya here. Short, like, they're gonna play a little bit of tank rock, paper, scissors here. Because there's really no high ground in this point. So this is one of the few points in the game, by the way, chat, I encourage you to swap if you're tank playing. There's just no mobility here to really leverage. So he's gonna go Sigma, he goes Zarya, and he's like, oh shoot, he goes Sigma, he'll probably mirror the Sigma. Oh, he's gonna go Monkey. I mean, it's fine, but as a Sigma, he's not super weird. Like, you win the tank rock, paper, scissors war, but you lost the map war. Sigma's better than Winston here, at least later on. So it's like, who won this, Hanben or Max? I think they're both probably pretty happy with the result, so you just leave as is. That being said, Lip will need to be a little bit more careful. Where's the setup here? Like, where's Chorong? Do they just not know Lip is up there? What happens? Oh, that's a mistake. Really, what you should have is your more aggressive off angle gets the support of the Brigitte or Lucio, and then you have your backline, your other support, just kind of chilling. Like, he doesn't need to worry about Winston. Shu doesn't if he's playing here, because Hanben can't get close enough to jump and land on him, because the Cassidy with Pocket and or Sigma will poke him out, or the Tracer will poke him out. So this is a mistake from either Chorong or Lip, maybe both. Nano overclock is generally redundant. Either the overclock gets kited or the overclock gets kills. And Nano doesn't necessarily accelerate that fact. The one exception I'd say is if you got like coincidentally, not ironically, this is like one of the spots where probably Nano Overclock would have cleaned it up, depending on how WAC rotated around. So that's a huge mistake there. Way too cheap of a fight win. That's another mistake there. It's a good shot from Proper. Well, let's just check this shot out. Builds the rail, takes the angle, goes fishing. It's the shot. Bingo. Card's still moving. They're trying, and the reason they're trying to go now is because they know they have like rally and stuff. So they're like, we don't really have any ults here. So like, maybe this is our chance to like set the tempo, right? It's a good try. It's a good try, and they're actually able to disengage it from a really great nade from Fielder. That's actually a really, really cool play from Falcons there. They're up 2, so they're like, hey, let's just stagger these guys quickly. We either get the kill and we cap, or we force them to pop their ultimates, and because they don't have their Cassidy, because they don't have their Tracer, we'll be able to actually live that disengage. And now they have Nano, and so they can actually properly take this fight. No pun intended. Probably see a Nano on Hanbin, and I'm curious to see how they take angles off of that. Miss Pulse from Heesang. Nano from Winston. He takes the rock. He takes the high noon. He bubbles. They disengage. Beautiful. This is good. Guys, this is really good stuff from Falcons. It's good stuff. The tough thing for WAC is I don't even know what you could do differently there. Because the window of time with which you need to like counter the dive is like the size of Matt Donuts and Cop. Like it's the size of Gregor's arms. It's tiny. If you're even late by a half a second with this combo, the Nano Winston plus Echo Sekus just kill you instantly. So it has to be done instantly. That's just the luxury of having better ultimates, right? You know what I'm saying? So, you feel bad about it, but like I really don't think there's a whole lot you could do. I think that was just well played by Falcons. That's not easy to do. Nice job. And now they probably just play slow for copy and then look for like a copy Tracer, copy Sigma maybe. I'm not actually too sure. Like a T-Rex. Winston dive, they go in deep, they go for the rally instead. It's a really great drive. Actually, you know what? Honestly, Hanman has been trolling the first point, but he's been a lot more disciplined since. And this is a pretty nice, good jump from him, actually, here. It's a lot of space there. They use the rally, then focus the Sigma. Sigma dies. Great nade, great focus. I think the only thing there for Max is he needs to be a little bit smarter with the respect versus the rally. So he's trying to get that early pressure out, but he doesn't need to be at point blank range to get that early pressure out, right? He could play closer to cover here and do the exact same thing, especially when they have rally. So this is a Max mistake. He needs to know that the rally is coming. And that's it. That's going to be cap. I've been very impressed by the Falcons' setups, with the exception of that 1 second point thing there. This is really good. I know everyone likes to make fun of Spilo beats the crap out of stuff, but like it's good. It's good. They're doing a good job. Off angle good. It's good. Why did this jump create space? Can't they ignore him there? Great question. So yes, they can ignore him. But the problem is that even if they ignore him, they can't play here. They have to play here. You see that? So rotating away from here means that they're not doing as much damage to the people walking outside this choke. Because normally, without a Winston, you pushing outside this choke would get the BAP, the Brig, Cassidy railing down on you from this angle here. So Hanbin can't control this space over here. You're right. But he can control this space right here, which is what protects his team and allows him to come out of the choke here. If he eats or blocks nade, then it's still he can't though. Not with rally. You can't block nade. You die. You can't counterplay rally as Sigma outside of maybe accretion to slow down the pressure. But he'd already used the accretion on the enemy in the push there. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. I'm telling you what, this is looking really good. I think Max just goes Junker Queen. The way Max going to actually play Junker Queen. Wow, this is cute. Good versus the Winston. Might be tough versus all the high ground control that they have. Basically, you're looking to try and punish Monkey, look for clean rotations to take your Cassidy into a power position. I think if you're Chio, like Chio being out of the pocket, his DPS is going to be really important here. Because he cannot obviously play tank tickles, and Hanman has to play really smart with his Monkey positioning as well. There's the rotation, takes high ground, be careful, stop alt firing Hanman, stop alt firing Hanman, stop alt firing Hanman. There's the bait rotation. There's the whip shot, huge whip shot, kills momentum. They forced the drop from Winston. I want to point out, this is a good drop. The bubble is late, though. The bubble is very late. So he eats a full fan the hammer. Drop bubble now. It needs to be now. It needs to be now. Because if it's now, he's able to then immediately jump back out, force shout, and you're cooking. He's very lucky he doesn't get knifed there as well. So yeah, he just takes way too much damage. This is also a rare mistake from Chio as well. Oh, he gets pulled. He's too close. He needed to keep backing. He needed to keep backing, because he gets smoked here. That's unfortunate. It's a good hit by Stalker on the rotation, though. The positioning overall is pretty good. Oh my days, what is that shot? Okay, that's all there is to it. Little detail mistake there from Hanban. Crazy shot from Lip. Hanman just needs... Oh, what? What? Wow, that was crazy. That should not have been winnable. Yeah, I agree. I think this is not a composition that you would see WAC on if it was Smurf on Winston. I agree. I think this is trying to punish Hanman Winston. More mistakes. Yes, you could absolutely live. You just needed to back up further so that you don't get pulled directly into Carnage. The cover alone wasn't good enough. Stalling point. And he goes in here. Good old Fielder and Shio, man. Naded armor packs, nano defensively on rally. Chio's gonna chew. Yeah, what's the deal with Max here? I think it's okay, Matt. I think it's okay, Matt. I think it was all right there. He just needs more follow-up from the rest of the team. I think the major problem here is just mostly that Chorong is dead. I think the concept of what was done there was okay. Like, you get the shout, you get the Carnage, you have the Suzu for the sleep and nade or whatever. Like, Fielder needs to die here. Like, Fielder should die here if there's any sort of follow-up, right? It's just not the best clip. Shu doesn't hit any shots. Lip isn't in position, and Chorong isn't either. I think the idea of what was... I mean, if you can get on a point-blank range with the guarantee of a Suzu and an Ana break, I think you need to do it. Back to setups again. Brig high, on a Sojourn, Winston trying to avoid take damage. Hanman's positioned pretty aggressively. He's going to need to disengage there. Nice sleep. Nice sleep dart. I'm just kind of marking the choke there. Early Primal, I don't like the Primal Rage at all because I don't think there was anybody from WAC going in aggressively, so he's not really stalling time for anything. And instead, he just gives the Kitsune value, which then means WAC is able to walk forward for free. They pop Rally defensively, they pop Sojourn ult defensively, they use High Noon to zone point. It's a good High Noon. The beat is used a little bit early. I don't love that. I would have loved for the beat to be used a little bit later, once they actually try to recontest. Junker Queen ult should be free. It's good, it's really fat, and that's mostly it. I mean, big mistakes there really from Hanban. Again, like just too early pressure. In a situation where there just wasn't anything needed. Is Nano buff the break passive? No. There's a D.Va on a brig because it's a much more open map. You can't play to punish even Hanbin Winston on this point. Okay. So what blue needs to do, and the advantage of D.Va over Winston is just the ability to leverage point. Like, D.Va just takes a lot less damage. So she could just basically park herself on point and matrix and matrix and matrix and matrix and matrix and push and matrix and matrix and matrix and push and matrix and matrix and matrix. So it's like, basically, here's what happens if you're playing Winston. You can't really punish the D.Va. But because D.Va doesn't really have any direct dive value, by the way, is the wind too bad? Is that like getting on the microphone? Can you guys hear that? Super windy outside. Anyway, because the D.Va doesn't really have any direct dive value, you're allowed to play your DPS in like super aggressive positions. Like, because if you were playing your Sojourn like this and they were running Winston, she'd get dove. So you just basically plop your DPS in these aggressive off angles. And in addition to that, because you have the threat of dive on their backline, you see how this comp is getting stretched out? Look at blue. It's getting stretched. It's getting stretched. It's getting stretched. Shu's getting more and more split because Shu doesn't want to rotate forward because he gets dove by Winston. That stretching point is what allows the Winston to create opportunities to isolate people. You guys get what I'm saying? So Proper's doing a great job here. No Winston? Guess what? I can play any off angle I want. You're not punishing my off angle. I can just total greed here. And that can make it really tricky. And there it is. There's the stretch, right? It's a deep dive, sure, but there's nobody there. There's nobody there, right? There's no peel. There's not even a Brigitte there because Choron can't sit back here and peel the Ana because then Max is going to die, right? So, yeah. Bam. It's good. It's good. It's good play. Good patience there from Falcons. You do have to give up cart progress there. You can't really stop them from pushing cart with D.Va, but you can abuse your Sojourn. You can abuse the split you eventually force. So WAC looks like they want to take top here. I don't actually agree with that plan. I think you need to go back. I think you only should be comfortable taking top when you have a significant brawl ult advantage. They don't. They don't have Nano. They don't have D.Va Bomb. They don't have Rally. I mean, D.Va Bomb is really kind of largely irrelevant. And they're going into Primal here. And by the way, Winston Bubble ruins this push. I don't like this. I think this is really risky. Case in point. It's just silly. It's not a good plan from WAC. How could Shu fix it? I mean, Shu just has to be aware of it. Shu just has to know that, okay, eventually things are going to get stretched out. I'm going to be ready for that solo Winston dive and play for my life. Because Shu doesn't have sleep or nade value from here, so just sit in your cooldown. Stefano, thank you for the sub.
Months old now, meaning him starting to say my first
yes.
words.
Too bad it's not your last words. Yeah, thanks for the sub, mate. But yeah, long story short, there's ways of playing around it. Lip Widow to come out. I mean, unironically, Lip Widow, does he actually go Widow? Because Lip Widow would actually be pretty good here. Pretty good to zone out this entire high ground. Does Lip go Widow? Lip Widow would make a lot of sense here. Cassie's terrible on this point. Way too wide open. Because remember, the stretch that we just talked about? Well, now you have a Widowmaker. So now your Sojourn can't take every angle. Yeah, the Widow's good. Widow's good. So now they kind of have to crunch his Proper angle up so Proper can't play as aggressively as he'd like to. Because there isn't a dive threat, but there is a one-shot threat. And there it is. You see it? Look at Proper. Poor Proper, right? He's like, ooh, Widow, I'm scared. Good job focusing the Tracer, by the way, from Falcons. Do not let the Tracer push point. Again, I don't know why they're trying to brute force top. I just don't understand. I guess it's because they have Nano Brig, but the problem with this is, okay, this is the other thing too. One of the key components of taking high ground in the dive mirrors in this comp is that you have your own Winston with Primal go top or with Nano and contest their backline, because otherwise Nade just destroys you. But that's the problem with D.Va. I really don't think there is a safe other win con besides forcing point with D.Va. And then maybe flying up behind and scaring these guys. These backlines are so fragile in this rotation. It just feels so bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, Hanman should just have primaled and then we would be cooking still. That's a mistake from Hanman. Like, even this here, he shouldn't have been slept. He overjumps his bubble. And then obviously Pulse misses. It's just goofy. It's just goofy errors, that's all. Playing more poke than dive? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you're just playing to control sightlines and push cart. Control sightlines and push cart. And now it's like it's really hard to retake space here. I'm actually kind of surprised at Lip's positioning here. I think he's trying to be unpredictable here, but I don't actually love this position here. I like this angle a lot better here, where you could just basically just CCTV or control this entire sightline here. You could even control this high ground here. This is a really good sightline for Widow to control here. Really, really hard to contest. Yeah, and then the Nano Diva, and then the easily peel off Primal. I mean, I respect it from Hanman, but even like this jump here, right? The bubble doesn't quite hit the edge, so it ends up being lost, which means he gets slapped. It's just a disaster. They do peel off the Nano Diva, though. But yeah. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely a reason why Hanman is in, you know? Like, there's definitely a reason why Hanman is in, but it's definitely, you know... I mean, even this is like... Barry? Yo, what's up, Barry? That's actually such a cool little boop there. Like, even that, like, it doesn't quite get the landing damage, doesn't quite get the melee at the right time. That's a goof from backline. What the frick? Shu? He's just like me for real, bro. That's hilarious. That's actually such a fumble. What on earth just happened to my screen? Still traded though, so Lip hits a nice shot. I think Lip should probably swap here. Lip needs to pop sights ASAP here. Widow is not terrible here, but you can have a really hard time breaking this choke with a Widow because their sightlines are so limited.
No one can hide from my...
With the Lip killing the Stalker is disgusting. All right, all right. Oh my gosh! Sit the... What? What? Gosh, that's insane, y'all. Yeah, so he needs to pop sights in the next like 10 seconds. Yeah, and then just basically just shoot cart and just pray that somebody screws up. Like I don't know if you have like, I mean, honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I actually think Shu should probably be up here throwing a nade. There's nothing you're really scared of. Like, that's the only way you're gonna make this break. Like, there's no rally, there's no nano, there's no primal. I mean, maybe you're scared of the Sojourn ult here, but I think there's no way to break this choke if you don't have somebody turning the corner doing something. And with Widow, there's nobody to turn the corner. Like, they're just going to LOS it entirely. So it's like, now what? We just wait. We just wait. Like, Shu has to land an 8 here. He misses. He tries it. He misses it. That was it right there. If they'd done that, that could have been it. Like, if Shu hits that nade, then you're going to see a lot of pressure on Hanman. Hanman's going to disengage, and then they create space for your Brigitte and Tracer and so on. What are you guys talking about? I don't know. I have not seen any of this. Wait, Hanman. It's just the little things, man. Like, if you're gonna bubble, bro. Having to jump and bubble is like a war crime.
This ends now.
Proper ego is just a little bit, which makes sense. I mean, you have ult, so good shot. I like this from Lip. I mean, this is the thing is like, even though you're up one, you still have to kind of like take some risks here because there just is no space. Rally push. Yeah, it's just goofy from Falcons. Oh, wait, what? I mean, to be fair, they're kind of standing still. They're both standing still. You guys are... They were standing still, guys. They were literally standing still. Both targets are standing still. But yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's just a really, again, a huge error from Hanman. Like a huge error from Hanman. Like bubbling and then jumping out just gives up so much space. And then obviously the nice shot in a proper, but...
Defend objective A.
Would you have hit that? I'm pleading the fifth. Yeah, the Sojourn shot was nice. Okay, anti-dive. It's kind of like a... I just want to take the mirror here. Which makes sense. You don't really have time to play for ult economy here, so you just kind of play for space and just see what happens, which makes sense. Bold of you to think that I'd get in the limb, Matt.
30 seconds.
Yeah, this is just basically poke, but the reason you're running the Brigitte is just because it's a shorter sightline map. Look at the Brigitte just taking angles, you know? Controlling space. Look at the off-angle control from WAC here. Look at this. And to give credit to Falcons, they're trying to fight this one out. But I feel like there probably needed to be more of a concerted effort to clear top first, maybe, for their Sojourn. And that's why things go so poorly here. Nice rock there from Max as well. And I will say, I'm not a huge Baptiste fan, but there's a guilty pleasure about watching really, really high-level Baps. Like, it's like watching butter melt. Beautiful. Why is he dashing Tracer? He wants to clear out of the angle. And as long as it's a short corridor and he has his deflect and his team behind him, he can hold that space. Yeah, that's good. It's a good hold there. Same kind of thing here again, anti-dive defense. Just because there's not going to be really a lot of time to play for ults here, so you just play for a comp that just takes angles and shoots stuff. I think a lot of the dive comps have slightly weaker neutrals, just slightly weaker neutrals when they don't have map control. And they have more space when they're able to create ult advantages and then just get up and close with you because they can use those ults to get close and then they win, right? But you're not going to have time to build ults here. And Heesing is going deep really quickly. That's a ballsy move from Heesing. Actually, fortune favors the bull. I cannot tell you how crazy this is. He just goes. He just goes. And because he gets here, now Stalker can't really go up because Stalker's going to freaking die. So Max gets early pressure. Not a lot of control of space there. RNG Smiles, thanks for the sub. Tired of ads followed by a sub. Listen, I run 5 minutes of ads per hour. That's like bare minimum, bro. Bare minimum, bro. You guys are spoiled. You guys have no idea what it's like to go to any of these other Overwatch streamers. Bro, I swear, like Cloudy and Magit run literally like 22, 23 minutes of ads per hour. I'm running the bare minimum. The bare minimum. But yeah, this is not, I don't like this setup here. I think there's an urgency to help Heesing, but they really need to get Lip or Chorong up here, or like, I don't know, somebody's got to clear top here. Because this becomes a problem, right? They get Max the point, which is nice. Like, we get point pressure, but then Hanman just takes the space, right? And now Shu can't rotate. Now Lip is under pressure. And there you go. Like, you just lose to your Sigma and high ground. So it's like, it's not really great space. You never get ads in Cloudy? Are you subbed? I swear he has like 15, 20 minutes per 60. He literally runs like 23 minutes of ads. It's literally 50% ads. Or 33% ads or whatever. But yeah, I really think the setup from WAC is significantly worse. Okay, now they're getting the Brig on high ground. I'm surprised Hanman dropped there. I don't think that was a good decision necessarily. Maybe he was getting too much poked out from main. They can retake high ground. Will they retake high ground? Somebody needs to retake high ground. Yeah, Stalker retakes high ground. I like the angle from Max though. At least Max gets here, so that's good. So they're able to get a little bit of a different angle here. And now both teams have kind of just neutralized it out. Oh. Setup is whack. I already made that joke. Get rolled. Good punish there. Proper gets picked. That's what we talked about, like the weakness of the Sojourn is like, you can just get melted. So one of the weaknesses of only having one tick to give is that you're scared to retake that high ground now. There's the high noon. It's a really nice zoning. It's good cover usage there. This pulse one maybe wins it for them. Oh, wow. Great lamp for lamp. Flux hits. Chorong should die. Yes, Chorong dies. Chio dies. This is a mess. Hanben's not dead. Oh my days. Wait. No way, guys. No way. Oh my gosh, what happened?
In Commander's stream, then Coach Spillo streamer.
Look, Max POV. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I feel like he should have died. I feel like Proper should have died a little bit later. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they just played for time. The ults were good. The pulse bombs were good. It was just basically a really messy neutral trade that went slightly to WAC's advantage here. Yeah. Yeah, that was good. Good. Great. Really fun review. I think the main thing for me mostly is just that like Hanben Winston was so heavy. So heavy. Actually, you know what? That's not true. That's not true. It was not good, but it wasn't awful. It was okay at times. It just was like the biggest issue, I think, with Falcons, because I think Falcons played really well. Like I think like at this level, like it was just like a question of like, you know, those little things like the too much poke damage or whatever, like they added up and they were probably the most glaring issue there. And then obviously Falcons kind of screwing up at points times. But yeah, I think like really, I think both teams performing at a pretty high level here. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna walk around and get. I like to try and move around because I go like bat crap insane in my level of analysis tanks if I'm too tired. So we're gonna move around and stretch our legs a little bit. You know what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. Did we just have an ad? Yes, we just had an ad. Hanben is not washed. Yeah, I mean you can't put Hanben on Winston on like one of the hardest Winston matchups. No, I'm not gonna play more ads if we just did one. But yeah, anyway, I'll be right back. I mean, I would if I could, so that you guys wouldn't have to deal with it later. But there's like a thing where you can't do it for a while. Yeah, no, I can't do it. I literally cannot run physically. I physically cannot run ads. It will not let me run ads. But yeah, Hanben did okay, all things considered. Why don't you play an ad when you aren't there? Because it will not let me do it. It literally says it will. I can't click it. Yeah, so I have to wait. I physically can't do it. I physically cannot run an ad. I physically can't. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I could sit here and talk about it for like 25 more seconds, and then maybe then I could run an ad. I mean, I'm down. Pull up YouTube and run an ad? No. You know, I think maybe the strat is that like when I do these ad breaks, you guys just like let me know and I do some like impromptu karaoke. You know what I'm saying? So like if you're not subscribed, you miss and chat votes on the song, you know? Thoughts on Falcons losing to Carmine Core? What does it even mean? You should make a viewer point reward to run ads. You know what? Screw you guys. Screw you guys. I'm running an ad right now. Okay, the secret to life. If you guys want the secret to success in life, here you go. The secret to success in life is, well, okay, something that's actually really important here is that we're going to be doing, okay, ads rolling right now. Anyway, so I have to pretend here. Anyway, yes. What should we talk about, guys? I have you. It's just the subscribers for 60 seconds. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I can't. I'm just going to be talking and moving my hands. Can they even see this? Can they see like the little small thing in the corner here? Yep. It is what it is. Yeah. Yep. Love is great. Yeah. Where's your ad? Wait, you don't have an ad? Wait. Oh no. You didn't get an ad? Twitch Turbo. Screw you, man. Dude. Think about, what am I going to be getting for this? $2? $1.50? Man, it's going to be so good. So anyway, that is the secret to life. I actually feel like that's one of the things that they don't really talk about that one. I've read a lot of motivational books and they don't talk about that one. So, I hope that you guys learn from that one here. Did anyone get an advertisement? Did anyone give an advertisement? One person. No? Yes? Wait, yes? We got one yes. Yes! You got two? Yes! Cash! Life of surplus and greed. Fill my coffers, fill my pockets. Consumerism! Yes! Buy my way to happiness and ecstasy! Yes! Thank you, guys. Okay, let's talk about this matchup here. So, Ana Brig, Mirror. The only interesting thing to note here is, I guess, the Cass, which is kind of strange here. I guess it's just more of like a hero comfort thing. And Proper does go Cassidy here. So maybe this is just one of those things where, like, all right. This is partially probably due to the projectile changes where, like, Cassidy's been played a little bit more because, the shots are pretty donkey. You know what I'm saying? Donkey. I don't know what that means. But the other thing to note as well is that I guess you can't really one-shot with Sojourn Rail anymore. So the value of holding Sojourn is still, she's still a good hero, but maybe there's just more situations when other hit scans are acceptable. You know what I'm saying? Why can't I give gifted subs? I don't know. Check out this clip. Spylo is streaming Overwatch 2. NPC, guys. Check out the NPC. But yeah, I think it's like Sojourn feels a little bit worse because you don't have the rail one shot or like the consistent, like basically the one shot anymore. And Cassidy feels a little bit better because you're going to be hitting more dinky dinks. Now, I played one freaking game of Cassidy with the projectile changes and immediately noticed how much tangibly better it felt to hit shots. So yeah, that's my guess. Am I expecting to see like Cassidy being played permanently? I don't know about that, but there's at least logic here. And also Lip definitely feels like somebody who's been playing, the Sojourn when he can get it, or the Cassidy, when he can. So yeah. Set nade here. Set nade dive. Chio is an old man though. So Chio's not surprised by this nonsense. Look at that. I mean, that's so good. I have a question that's kind of stupid. Why is she playing Ana throwing casual first and going on 90 degree every 2 seconds? Is it a tip for playing too much Ana? Wait, why is she playing Ana throwing casual? I'm not sure I understand Shazana exactly. Are you talking about this point right here? Like what's Shu doing? I'm not sure I fully understand. Maybe something to do with like the crosshair movement? Look at Shu point of view. Okay, I will. He's checking his team's HP. Oh yeah, he's probably just checking flank and or checking his team's HP. Yeah, it's just checking his awareness. Yeah, he's just checking his position. That's all. They need to get Smurf's bubble out now. Okay, this is really important. So when Junman goes in, Junman doesn't really get what he wants. Yeah. Let me send you the code here really fast. Let me just do. Wait. What's the with the code? What is the code? No, frick. What is the worksheet? Can somebody? No. It's this. It's there. So can somebody pin that? Is there a moderator? How do I do this? Chat, help me. How do I pin stuff? Wait. How do I do this? Oh wait, I can. There it is. I can't do it on like my OBS. There. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see that? Did it work? Okay. There you go. Yeah, I can't do it on OBS. It's I have to do it through like the actual Twitch window, or maybe I can, but I can't see it anyway. But yeah, this is really important because Winston's dive kind of goofed up, so there's like a real chance here for like the push and pull, right? Where like they didn't use really any CDs here, so they could just jump back in with their Winston and get like a lot more space. So it's really important here that Lip gets pressure on Smurf now. That headshot was huge, so that they don't just get smoked. Oh my gosh, dude, what is this guy? What is this guy? You guys want to know why Cassie's being played here? This is why. What? What? What is going on?
Robots moving the barricade.
Unreal. Wait, how does Junbin die? I think it's kind of an awkward jump for him or something. He doesn't quite get as much distance as far as he'd like to, but that is unreal. And look at that, they're just egoing here, like aggressive posturing here. And I think you need that. Again, it's called the Cassidy catch. You know what I'm saying? Like if you use your roll and you get your pocket, and as long as you don't get naded, I think Cassidy can do a lot of work here. The question for me with a Cassidy is how good is it a skill check on the enemy on it to hit that nade? Sombra's, guys have to keep in mind that these guys haven't played Sombra since the rework. It might be that Sombra's just a lot weaker. It doesn't function the same way. It might be that these guys aren't as good at the new Sombra anymore. You know? It's a totally different thing, you know? And see, this is what I was concerned about, right? Where Smurf really needs to kind of wait for his nade. Like, they need to time this up better than this. I don't know if Field, like, because they need to be able to like rotate to here, chuck the nade, then go for the dive. Otherwise, this is kind of like Cassidy's going to chew you up. Cassidy, here's what Cassidy does. You guys want the juice? Cassidy chews half butt dives. That's what Cassidy does. Cassidy has hinder, high damage, high HP, roll, destroys anything done halfway. But Cassidy gets smoked with anything full commit. Nade, primal, pulse bomb, plus tracer, sombra hack, whatever, because he doesn't have the mobility to live it. And roll isn't a good enough of a defensive cooldown. And what's happening here is this has been a lot of like Mick halfway dives. And so even with Junman's mistake here, it's just not working. This reminds me a little bit of what was it, 2021 dive in Overwatch League. There was a period of time when people were running like Winston, Zarya, Ana, Brig stuff. You guys remember Violet Cassidy? It was some very similar situation like this. So power position for Cass. Really hard to stop cart there. Again, it's just kind of like a halfway dive from Smurf. It's just a halfway dive from Smurf. I think that we need a much more backline participation here, right? Like, one of the advantages of running like the Sojourn stuff is that your backline can position a lot more aggressively because there's no disruptor shot that you have to worry about, and your own Sojourn also has their own defensive cooldown. So I think just in general here, like I think this is kind of a rotation we want to be seeing here. I don't know if there's like an ult track about Nano or whatever, but these guys have the supportal advantage. These guys need to be rotating up here, then go for something like this with Smurf. Like have your Ana here, 3, 2, 1, bam, bam. It's just these dives aren't as well set up. This has been noticeably worse staging. By the way, check out this shield from Showwrong. Blocks the sleep dart. Nice nade. Hits both fielder and proper. Card is just still going. And Proper's trying to take the angle here. You know, this is probably the other solution, chat, is probably to have Chio play this with Proper and just poke these guys out at this range. This is where Sojourn can do pretty well. And then just greed your Ana here. And your Ana's not too scared of the Winston from here because she can still get packed to the other room. There's the Nano. Can they get the peel? There's the rally. It's kind of unfortunate they use rally there. Can they take space? They've stolen cart. Oh, nice pulse. Fielder just gets tapped, I think. Magma, thank you for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. I actually think Fielder just dies to... What does he die to? Oh, he just gets smoked. Okay, that's unfortunate. But yeah, there's a noticeable... Maybe it's a little bit of a map inexperience. These guys aren't as comfortable in this map, but things have been a lot messier this round. In terms of like setups, timings, nade stuff. Junbin gets in there. Junbin redemption arc. It's good. I mean, WAC definitely deserves the lead right now. The way that they've timed the rotations, the punishing on the enemy stuff, support cooldowns, much better so far. Hello? What happens here? Is it just a mistake? Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay. Well. Now, they should still be able to hold high ground here if they're really tight with it. And they're going to try to, it looks like.
It's high noon.
Good high noon. It's great high noon. Unfortunate from he saying he needs to be careful here. You guys see what I'm saying? There's just like a... there's just like a serious disconnect here, like between what's happening with the Falcons here. Like there's a lot. It's just very messy, you know. Like a lot of like Smurf and backline synchronization has been really off. Whether he's playing for kills or playing to control backline, it's just been really messy. So it's like been like so far like the Winston play has been messy, and like it's not just been now we can blame Hanvin. No, like this is Smurf, guys. This is Smurf. Smurf is. I mean, you could argue the Smurf is the best all-around tank in the West, in the world. You could make that argument, at least historically. Like, he certainly was the hot, I mean, right? Is there anybody else, like, the hottest commodity? Probably. Someone, yeah, that's true. Someone may be number one. Someone may be number one. But certainly he's up there. Someone in Smurf for me. But yeah, it's been a bit of a mess right now, really. The timing of stuff has been pretty ugly. Who's better at Winston, Junvin, or me? That's a great question. I'm going to plead the fifth there. And now if you're, if you're WAC here, you just sit here and farm ults. You don't need to do anything crazy. Just sit here and mark, farm ults. Wow, Smurf, what? Like, let me describe to you guys what's happening here, okay? I want this to not be Smurf sucks. This is Smurf walking forward and trying to get close so that he can jump high ground without getting whip shot. But there's some disconnect here because he doesn't even get an ounce of healing. And not only that, it's really important that Stalker gets here a little bit early so that he pulls some of the attention this way, because you always want your Tracer to go first-ish whenever it's a tough Winston jump. You don't really want Winston to go first. But if it's a bad Winston jump where you get whip shotted, you need your Tracer distracted a little bit. But he gets no healing, and his Tracer's not staged. Where is the healing? Do you see what I'm saying? This is a communicational thing. Smurf is not a bad tank. This is just a goof up. There's a communicational disconnect here. Because this is criminal. Criminal. Yeah, exactly. They were waiting to sync up the nano, right? And it's just, he's not getting healing. He doesn't get nano. And then also Stalker needs to be the one opening this. I'm convinced. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could also look at this from Proper's perspective as well. We're like Proper. Why isn't Proper getting healing? Proper needs to know his backline's LOS limitations, and then also Proper messes up his slide, and it's probably screaming bloody murder. You guys see this? He slides into the wall. So it starts, the mistake starts here, and it then goes here, then goes here. And Smurf is the guy that feeds. Welcome to professional Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. Kill feed lies. Kill feed lies. They might nano this. Choang should die. That's way too deep. Way too deep. A little bit too deep of a push there with somebody on cart there. Yeah, Choang gets sauced out the juice. I don't know if he was expecting nano here, but the nano must come now.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Boo! Shoo! Boo! Boo! No, he didn't miss. He nanoed the Winston on purpose. That's criminal. Your Winston already has primal rage, and your Brig is critical. Your Winston's full. What is this nano? That is a horrible nano. This is actually like, okay, so now, once again, Chorong is feeding, but wait, there's more. No, actually, Chorong was probably okay if the nano had hit the right target. No, he does it on Winston on purpose. He does it on purpose. Yes, it's intentional. Look at his crosshair. Then he looks down at the Brig. You see it? He's looking for the Winston. That's a terrible. That's sucky. I mean, it was kind of ambitious anyway to extend that deep, but yeah. Yeah, a lot of little micro goof ups here. A lot of micro goof ups. That sucks, man. Roll out, Cassidy. They're kind of looking for a Sojourn ultimate here. They're able to poke out Smurf. So you're noticing that they're not really doing anything proactive here. You would think that like, oh, maybe they could like send their Winston on a flank here and just dive here with Primal. But there's no real need to do that because you're going into Sojourn ult anyway, so you don't really want to commit your backline into Sojourn ult. And you already have such a massive lead, you can just kind of chill here. Winston bubble is forced though, which is kind of unfortunate. A little bit maybe deep, is too deep of a staging for Jun, but Nade misses on Proper. A lot of marking, a lot of poking, a lot of pushing, a lot of prodding. Pulse Bomb doesn't quite hit from Heesing. I think Heesing gets really close here. Oh, that nade needs to hit. That pulse needs to hit, ladies and gentlemen. Then they're going to actually drop and rotate, and it looks like we're going to have like a flank high noon play here potentially. Oh no, just a flank play, period. I love the setups from the flanks, guys. Like I'm telling you guys, these setups and these dives are so good. Junbin jumps in, flank nade, flank play. This is beautiful. It's beautiful. And then now Proper has nobody to shoot. Dude, look at Lip. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, they really do default to taking angles. Whenever they push, they take space. I'm telling you, the level of at least dive play at Korean Overwatch is just it's so much higher. It's not just the heroes. It's the level of map control at this level is so much higher. If you watch Shanghai Dragons back in 2021, who was 2022, guys? A lot of like the way San Francisco Shock were playing with the double flex support stuff. The way this past season, the way Florida Mayhem were playing dive, the way the Atlanta Reign were playing dive, it's just crazy. Yeah, Dallas Fuel, the comp that they are running, angles at that point hadn't evolved out, but yeah. Should Proper be in cast from the start? I don't know. I honestly don't know. We talked about the Sojourn versus Cassidy at the start of this map. I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things that needs more testing to really know. I will say that they definitely seem a little lost with how to abuse the Sojourn. What I would say that probably needs to be done better from Falcons is I think Proper needs to be playing more aggressive off angles with maybe a little bit more help, because the whole value of the Sojourn versus the Cassidy is that your defensive cooldown is way better. So in theory, you should have a lot more pressure on the enemy Winston. Kind of like what happened here. Just don't flub the pocket. Like, think about it this way. Proper forced Winston jump and bubble just by existing here. And if he'd even had one pack, he would have been fine. So I think that there's still room for Sojourn to function just fine. I don't even know that Cassie's necessarily better at all. But it's something that definitely, the execution is, they looked a little lost here. And this is what we were missing. This is what we were missing for the dive at top. Look at the support on this dive up top. Fielder and Narnia. Smurf gets close. Stalker actually times the push. Chio goes with them. They catch with Nano, but they have Primal to go, and the nade hits. Now, Fielder has to be careful because he doesn't have nade. By the way, check out this nade. And then Chio comes back. That is the dive that we have been missing, ladies and gentlemen. That was well executed. Even if you do have to commit your Primal just to keep the guy alive. That was beautiful. Because you're fighting at a serious space disadvantage. Oh, Chio, what a nade from Shu. Look at that. That's actually so unfortunate. Chio has to be absolutely fuming, seething, suming, and feaming. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty reasonable fight from Falcons there. That's just, they're fighting at a map disadvantage. They forced 3 ults for 3 ults. They just didn't quite get the execution there at the end. Do you feel like these comps are the best at all? Not sure, really, honestly. It's really hard to say. Like I said, the top teams in the NA have been playing a lot more dive recently. I think I peeked into Commander X's stream, I think, a couple days ago, just for like 5 minutes, and it looked like I saw some dive mirrors, so. Great pulse bomb there. Winston is so fragile to pulse bomb. Oh no, Stalker. My goat. He just rushes it just a tad, which is understandable. You're playing into Cass Brig on it, like you're gonna die if you don't. Yeah, Cass has some anti-dive. Cass is more about having some sort of mid-range poke, but not being like a total fall over like a character like Ashe. Good boop from Chio. Huge flank nade from Shu. And the reason that he's going for these flank nades is because they have push plans. They have Nano. Let's push in with Nano. So he's not likely to get punished for that. He does sleep the wall there, so we'll pretend we didn't see that. But yeah, I mean, it's a good play. They don't have any rally or Nano to respond with. Like, this is where we can kind of marry the NA stuff, the Western stuff, the EMEA stuff, and the Asian stuff, where it's like the Korean, like the off angles and so on. But it's like this works because they didn't have a Nano or Rally of their own. Like, Shu would need to be really careful about positioning here if they could respond with Rally, Nano, or Primal, but they didn't. So then he can go a lot more aggressively with that kind of stuff. No, I think Cass is fine. Cass is definitely map situational, I think. A little bit of comp / map situational, where he can get outvalued by poke heroes. And poke heroes are generally more common and like the average ranked, but I think Cass is fine. Yeah, Ashe can work when there's like a little bit less movement and you can kind of set your feet a little bit, right? But I think Ashe has an argument. has an argument for being maybe the most powerful DPS when you allow her to set her feet and just shoot. I think she puts out just about more pressure than just about any other DPS if she just sets her feet and shoots. But obviously, like she is vulnerable to having to move. Okay, another supported push up top, probably another nano. This one's not set up as well. Choron gets the boop. It's just kind of lazy from Falcons. Oh, nice. He does get the second one, though, so they do get the space. So that's not the end of the world, but yeah, not as well set up. And then Fielder gets holy moly. He looks for the nade, doesn't hit it this time. And Junman, dude, check out Junman here. Look at the element of surprise here. Look at the element of surprise! My goodness! Look at that! Okay, never mind. Stalker's just better. But space is what allows this to happen, right? You can't get this pulse bomb without the Nano Monkey shoving them onto the corner for you. Good pulse. Good stuff. It's a really even trade here. Oh, wow. Do WAC win this, guys? I guess they just straight up win this. Because now you can just park, cart, chill, mark, answer high noon, rally, anything they throw at you. You have the space because the fight was too messy. It's a great nade on the proper. It's going to force him really out of position. High noon to zone cart. Somebody has to touch. Deep dive from Junbin. Really nice dive there. Rally push. They get the pulse on Stalker. Hello. Him saying, oh gosh, I can't. I hate myself. I'm sorry. And that's it. Why wouldn't Be Fearless be playing in Falcons? Because Smurf is almost as good at Winston. Much more well-rounded tank, in my opinion. Or retired or whatever the frick. Yeah. Good match. Good match so far. How does this work, guys? Was there no match? Wait. How does this work? We played... Oh, WAC wins. I was like, how does this work? WAC is just 1-2. So WAC does win. I was somehow thought Falcons won. No, WAC wins. Any tips for Kiriko playstyle this season? Great question. Let me send you a video I did on this. Yeah, so anyway. Shut up, Spile. The season 9 playstyle. There you go. There it is. Check it out. Just small adjustments mostly. Least noisy Spilo video. Can you please tell me the purpose of Soldier in this match? Yeah, I'll do it in a second. I gotta move though. I'm gonna run another ad break and move around. All right, I'll be back in 1 minute. Remember, Secret of Life for those of you guys that are subbed. Yeah, I got it, Matt. That's fine. It is what it is. Is Sojourn good this meta? I mean, she's okay. I think Sojourn's just having a hit scan with a slide ability means that Sojourn's always going to be fine. But like, I think that like Is she as good as she's been before? No, certainly not. But also at the same time, like it is easier to hit your primary fire, I guess. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal. I don't think Sojourn is bad. Special push-ups again? Maybe. Yeah, the problem with a lot of the other channel point things is that they just ended up coming out like the most awkward times ever. Like I would be in the middle of a coaching session, in the middle of like a whatever review, and it was not good timing. Special push-ups, you could just basically look up a push-up on YouTube and then cash it out, and I'd do the push-up. But I could do like 99% of push-ups on there. I couldn't do some of like the more calisthenic like planche push-ups, like the no-leg push-ups. I couldn't do those. But I could do like all like clapping push-ups and like the Aztec push-ups and stuff like that. I like the toe touch or whatever. Posture check, thank you. Yeah, I could do one arm. Okay, this will be interesting. So again, we're basically in the same situation with one major exception as Samoa, where it's like, oh, running Zarya counter tank, but Orisa has the ability to just kind of punch through and be a lot more of a disruption on the backline. But the difference here is obviously they're running the Baptiste instead of the Kiriko. So there's going to be, I guess, less dive-ish kind of a thing. I'm curious if Junbin does swap here. Like Orisa can function. Like the thing that Orisa provides that Zarya doesn't is she has the ability to close the distance at least slightly better. She doesn't really have great mobility. It's really, really bad mobility, but it is mobility. Hey, Beat Dragon, that's the most AI thing I've ever seen in my life. Highlight my message. Anyway, but the other thing with Orisa as well is the Javelin is like a real threat on the backline as well. So I think like Orisa has like more backline threats than Zarya. Zarya has more direct frontline presence pressure, especially in the mirror matchup here, which is basically what we're dealing with here. So I'm curious to see how this is played. Again, you kind of need your Cassidy to kind of take more aggressive angles so that you can do things like this, build charge, and so on. But the Orisa is really good at threatening squishies and also just good up close. And so I actually think here, the mistake from Falcons here is that they're trying to get their they're trying to bubble Proper here, but Proper isn't really playing an aggressive angle here. Proper is just kind of standing in the front line. You kind of see what I'm saying? And so it's very easy for them to just hide from him and then just run it down. I don't think that this is going to function super well. I think the best thing for these guys is just to hold the choke, hold your bubbles, wait for them to push in, and then catch the engage of the bubbles. Because the problem is here is that when Junbin walks forward, he's full HP basically, full cooldowns, and Hanbin has nothing. And I also want to point out that part of the reason why he's low is this crack addict right here. Right? So, I just don't think that this was very smartly played from Hanbin. Remember, you want to pocket the Cassidy on a more aggressive angle, in a more aggressive position, but he didn't really do anything that he couldn't just do from standing in main. Special squats? What's a dragon squat? That sounds familiar. Dragon squat. Hey. What's a dragon squat?
A pistol.
I don't know if I could do a dragon squat, honestly. Maybe? Maybe. I've never done one.
It's like a weird pistol.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, we're on the last map. I would die, yes. They do catch the engage pretty good by getting into a choke, though, which is pretty good, but they do lose off-angle control. Shu gets kind of corny with it, my friend. Little too corny from Shu, and he actually just dies with both CDs. That's kind of unfortunate. Maybe the real NA hive mind is just being able to push and pull properly. And KR maybe not as good at that. I don't know. But yeah, Hanbin Zarya is a plus. I wish that Hanbin is such a freak on Zarya that I hope that they don't force the bubble and cast when it's not working out. Did I already talk about comps? Yeah. So the Winston swap here, obviously, quote unquote, counter swap the Zarya. This is where it's going to be so important to get your Cassie on aggressive off angles and then bubble him off. So I think that they're down a few here, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah. NAI of mine equals Dallas Fuel equals KR. There it is. There's your flow chart. Early pressure from Zarya. Chio just freaking dies. What? Is this just lip? It's lip, isn't it? It's lip. It's lip. And then a great pulse by He Sang. That really kills any momentum they would have had. Although he dies for it. And then Stalker hits the pulse back. Well, never mind then, guys. Well, then wait, no. I don't know what's happening! It's just, okay, we're going all over the place. Junman. Ah! Frick! It's a mess. They get Tracer push. Beat engage, maybe? Yeah. They catch it with High Noon. And by the way, the beat engage again feels bad because of yours truly. Check this out. Look at this. Every freaking time, bro. Every freaking time. Completely kills the momentum. High Noon. Bubble on the High Noon. And there it is. Blammo. Wow. Those little plays, man, is huge. Should be okay. Probably didn't even need grab there, but Stalker gets picked, so it's just as fine, just as well. Yeah, it's huge. It's good, pretty good play there from the start of that last fight. I think that was more well played by Falcons, but yeah, Lip is a freak. Okay, let's talk about why Soldier here. Okay, there's a reason why they're playing Soldier. I don't love the Soldier, but there's a reason why they're playing Soldier. You guys tell me. You guys tell me. Very clear reason why you'd play Soldier here over Cassidy. Actually, there's two reasons. Actually, there's three reasons. Yes, so the easy to set up flanks here. This map is pretty broad, so that there's a lot of opportunities for flanks. That's not map reason number one. Range, yes. Generally, you have better range than Cassidy. Generally, better range than Cassidy. You can play it more medium to long range and apply pressure. Look at the comps. Look at the compositions. What do you guys see? What would Soldier not want to play into? Let me tell you right now. Soldier would not want to play into his own comp. Soldier, if Lip would not want to play versus Winston Kiriko. No way. No, thank you. Very difficult. You just play Sojourn at that point. But Zarya, BAP, you're fine. You're fine. You got to be careful to play like mid-long ranges so you don't get too tapped. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to work. It's definitely a little saucy. It's not something, it's unconventional. But you take the greediest angle that you can, and you just turn your brain off and shoot. And I guarantee that's what Lip is going to do. It's actually a pretty smart swap. Maybe it's not the most effective swap. I don't know how it goes. But it's a pretty heads-up swap. You see it? You see it? Cassidy couldn't do that. Cassidy wouldn't even be on this angle. Now, he just gets too close because he's a hit scan player, so he doesn't have a functioning frontal lobe. But they're going to take the brawl fight here. And yeah, that's all that matters. They just have to take a brawl fight with Kitsune. I think Hammond has to swap here, frankly. I think, like, you can't. I don't even think that you can like get your Cassidy on a more like at this level of play. I think Proper needs to swap because I don't think you can get your Cassidy, Hammond or Proper or both. Because I don't think let me finish my sentence. Can't get your Cassidy on an aggressive enough angle that's not going to be poked out by Soldier. Lip just plat magnet. Yep. So a little pre-fight poke here. There's the brawl. And again, just Soldier. I don't like how Lip positioned, though. I think Lip... I think they're trying a little too hard to just close the distance and dive immediately there. If you're going to do what Lip is doing now, you would just play Sojourn. So I definitely don't agree with Lip's execution in this fight. And honestly, give credit to Falcons as well. Is D.Va better? Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. But they do catch the dive. Like, you would never look at this and be like, oh, yeah, Falcons are going to win this, right? Bubble there. Still pocketing while in the air, by the way, Fielder. Windows. Bubble again. Then only lamps when absolutely necessary. It's really good catch there. I'm actually curious why. Is it really just Lip feeding? I honestly don't know. I'm honestly not too sure. I think maybe they just didn't have an ultimate to take the fight with. Like, because even maybe the setup wasn't that good. Maybe that's the takeaway here. Well, but they did land directly on the BAP. I don't know. I will just give credit where credit is due. Is well caught by Falcons. They hit the BAP regenerative burst was good. The lamp was good. The ult was good. Both bubbles were good. The booping is good as well. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Proper did hit a lot of shots. That is true. Yeah. Yeah. You would optimally like to isolate Fielder there more than juggle him in. I think that was maybe some stuff there. And then, yeah. I will say, Lip playing the soldier the way he is on this point and this choke doesn't make a lot of sense. Remember, what's the whole point? You take a deep offing or you play your range. You're not getting either of them here. Cassie's way more effective at this range. Way more effective at this range. So, sadly, this is not a good look from the soldier. Even with a beat engage there. Again, they're catching consistently well. Now, I will say, that is one nice thing about High Noon is versus these dive comps. The damage reduction from High Noon matters. It matters a lot. Especially when you don't have sleep or nade to worry about. It's just Kiri Lucio. Proper gets a little sauced out the cheeks. It, again, feels like a little bit trying too hard to get the burst there, but doesn't quite get it. I think he tries to go for like the punish on the monkey. And has a really crappy fan the hammer and also doesn't have the roll to either fan the hammer again or roll to get out because he rolled in. Then they beat engage. Lip can disengage that pretty easily. He does disengage that pretty easily. Yeah, he rolled in. So they're going to be able to flip this. And this is where Soldier can be pretty dangerous because you now open up the sight lines. That's crazy from Hanvin. I actually love that so much. Just get a kill. Win the fight. Can they live that? Can they put pressure on Junbin? Yes, they can. Junbin's able to just barely get out. Did they have anything to push back in with Pulse? They do. Pulse goes wide. Lamp, or either way, it's lamped. And they're able to get flipped back. That was a great, great grab. And now Proper goes Soldier, I think, just to get back faster. I think Proper just goes Soldier to get back faster, frankly. I think this is a pretty important fight for them to win. I want to know what happens here. Yeah, he just goes Soldier to get back faster. Yeah, they just weren't ready for it, that's all. They had a window to push there. They couldn't quite get the push. They couldn't quite catch the engage, that's it. Proper probably swaps off Soldier here. He should swap off Soldier here. Genji's interesting. I was going to say, oh no, he dashes, then Cassie swaps. Here's your tech, guys. I think it's probably faster with Sombra, frankly. I think Sombra's probably better. But yeah. Maybe we need to coach Proper on his spawn rollouts. I think what it is, chat, is that you can H arrow key enter. It's probably arrow key and enter would be my guess. I don't actually know how that works, but there's probably a hotkey with it that you can set up. Space, yeah. So that's maybe why he plays Genji and not goes and go Sombra. Now this is going to be more soldier-friendly angle, definitely a lot broader. So a lot of range pressure, and this is really where the soldier feels good, right? Lot of pressure on that Cassidy. They shove him out. Junbin needs to live. Junbin has primal. Junbin's fine. Again, like, look at the pressure here. It's actually insane. You get your soldier in a power angle, and it's just, they just run them over, right? And that's just where, like, okay, like, this is the problem with this composition. This composition is like, let's get our soldier, or Cassidy in an aggro angle. But, chat, what angle can proper play here? Honest question. On this point, what angle can proper play? I literally, you could, like, all the way over here, like, way too isolated, right? Like, I don't know the answer here. Like, there isn't a good answer, and this is the limitation of this composition, right? This is the limitation of this composition. I honestly, okay, you guys want a hot take? I think it would make more sense here for Fielder to be on Kiriko. What I would like here is if you go Fielder Kiriko, then you can do this. But at that point, you really should just go Diva, honestly, and run like a weird hybrid comp. You know what I'm saying? I still think it could work though. But yeah, this comp has like as limited angling opportunity in terms of like how far away can I Zarya bubble you, how far away can your BAP see you, at least versus a proper dive. And it's just so much more pressure just from Lip existing. Lip is forcing bubbles by himself, much less the actual dive itself. You know what I'm saying? It's just rough. Yeah. So I think the best bet there for Falcons would be to like honestly send like a Lucio, maybe Cassidy, but I just don't see a really good solution with the composition that they're running, and they really need to swap here. Maybe they'll make it. Maybe this is just a wash point, and we play for the next one. Maybe that's the logic there. Yeah. So proper. Oh, they're gonna go all weird hybrid stuff. Okay. So, I mean, there's logic here. You just put a lot more frontline pressure. Proper can solo flank now. You'll probably see Fielder go Kiriko after you use his window here. But Proper needs to be on a solo flank, I think. Or Proper needs to be on Tracer. They kite it out. They Kitsune. They beat. They're ready for it. They kite that one out too. Really nice pull there from what the frick is my name? WAC. And then really, if you're Falcons here, sadly, you're like, we feel like we have to get value here. But Proper gets a little too sauced with it. I think the best bet there would have been for Proper to just maintain and rotate on an angle there. But yeah, they overpush. Proper does go Tracer. Okay, that's a good swap. And then they go Moira. Okay, I mean, we're playing like a lot of like just ring around the rosy here, but at least your composition has logic here. Is Zarya good on Flashpoint? Zarya's okay on Flashpoint. As long as she's okay, she has a Lucio. They disengage the visor. It's good. Now they can push back in with Bubble and Winston. They bubble the Tracer first, which is fine. A little bit of a goof up here, though. Because this guy should have gotten Bubble. That's a big deal. Because that Bubble needs to prevent the boop, get actual damage, and then Wraith out. So that's kind of a screw up there. They do get flipped. They're going to play slow for the next bubbles, like a hide, avoid taking pressure. Lip on the angle. There's the dive. I don't like that dive from Junbin all that much. I think they were actually lucky that worked out. Chorong goes to help. He's saying Proper needed to live on the angle instead of kiting towards his team. Actually, I don't know if he could have. I think he gets his recall force wall. Yeah, see, Proper's maybe issue here is that like he should have been so aggressive on this angle while his team was AFK. He just needed to live here. Yeah, he just needed to live. So then he gets killed on the rotation. They're going to have to push back in here. Oh, that is not set up well at all. That needs to be way deeper on the teleport. Yeah, he gets booped and then teleports. Teleport isn't deep enough. And that's it. Maybe, Matt. I don't think so. I think that was. I think that's a consequence of Junman the jump there. But you could be right. You could be right.
Next flashpoint, Palace.
Got a second win? What do you mean? Not me, bro. Not me, bro. Bro, you guys have no idea. Next week, I have next week off. I am literally going to be in my boxer shorts, sleeping like the dead as much as I possibly can, and eating like an absolute pig all next week. And reading books. Dude, I'm going to be an absolute degenerate next week. Oh, the Tracer voice line. Oh, okay. Well, that was an awkward segue. Never mind. I am so tired, man. I am gassed. Okay. Again, the comp here is fine. Like the Sojourn Tracer thing is fine. I think this is NA hive minding, bro. I don't like this. This NA hive mind stuff. There's no. This is like, okay, our beloved, sweet, juicy friend Falcons have kind of like degenerated here, and there's like no attempt at a rotation here. They're not trying to like isolate and force CDs and then chase. They're not clearing any angle left or right. They're just grouping up 3-2-1, chasing it down. And then she was like, oh, wow, I'm terrified. I'm going to teleport away. And then meanwhile, Stalker's isolated. They've wasted an ultimate, done nothing with it. They found Lip, but they either run it down main to catch Lip. Then they respond, catch with the ultimate, and then people are dead. It's just, this is the NA hive mind for my dear friend Team Falcons. There's no attempt at a rotation or setup. It's bad. Got a second win, Spilo? I've got you. Oh, yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, no, man, I'm just chilling next week, bro. I'm absolutely chilling next week. Yeah, I'm chilling next week. Thanks, Dovox. Quick playing in the Patreon channel? Maybe, we'll see. I mean, we do have the Patreon pug next Saturday, though, right? So I'll be playing at least some. No stream? Yeah, no stream. There'll still be YouTube stuff going on live. We have still like a couple of YouTube. Oh, God, I got a couple of cool YouTube videos. I got me coaching CarQ planned for next week. I'll have this video live next week. And then I have a love letter to Overwatch 2, which is that project that we've worked on like 4 months ago. That's finally going live this next week, I believe. Again, this is where Soldier's going to feel pretty good. Like, look at the range with which he's playing. It's good. Zoning. And I think this is kind of desperation, to be honest with you. I think the Junker Queen makes sense. I think, actually, does Junman counter swap him in spawn? Yeah, look at this guy. That's actually so funny. Look at that. Goes Doom. That's crazy. Clubs, thanks for the sub, man. Screw these ads. That's right. That's right. Hey, dude, look, you got the new badge. You get the Stormcrow badge, bro. Congrats. People pay thousands of dollars for that, and you can get it for just 12 months of subscriptions. It's a good visor. It's not really going to do a whole lot in terms of kill. Dude, Chio has to be so mad. Oh my gosh, there's no way. That is actually so unfortunate. Doom just is better versus the Junker Queen. You're playing a dive comp. You want a guy that can play around knife better, isolate the Junker Queen. You can punch her ultimate. You can avoid her poke. Her poke is largely not irrelevant, but it's not as important to you. And apparently Junman is just that guy. So yeah. Thankfully, Falcons does take high ground here, but after that Lucio thing, it doesn't even matter. Like, if Falcons was able to hold high ground with their Lucio, and they could pocket their Junker Queen on point, and then just Sojourn could eventually build that rail and then really kind of bully Lip out with rail. Yeah, that's crazy. That was kind of weird from Junman. It felt like they were setting up for an early fight, and then he could have gotten punished there, but beat for beat, pulse. Junker Queen ult is used, or shout is used to try and get quick touch pocket. Sojourn ult, can they disengage it? No, it looked like they were ready to disengage it, Chad. I'm kind of confused. I think they beat it because Junman doesn't have any cooldowns. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving Showwrong too much credit here, but it definitely seems like they know that they can't kite it anymore, so they don't. So beat, and then that's going to be beat from Chio. But Chorong doesn't full commit. Look, like even when Chorong baits it. Look. In, beat. He looked like he might have even tried to Ajax that, maybe boop that, and then just immediately transitions to the other angle, right? He's back to safety. No hard commits. I mean, even Lip, they beat engage. Look at that. No ints, no hard pushing. You know what's coming back in response. They were ready for it. And so, yes, this big ult mess is a disaster, right? And maybe even Junman dies, but there's still opportunity here for WAC to win this. Like you see, they still have the pulse, they still have the off angle. There it is, right? They still have the positions for it. This has been, I mean, WAC is, I'm telling you what, guys, this is not too bad. This is not too bad. There's definitely been some goof ups here, but like I think I've been pretty impressed here. I think Lip should probably swap here. I'll go Sojourn. Just because of the Junker Queen Kiriko Tracer stuff. Is he waiting to swap until the last possible second? No, he's going to stay. Maybe he'll stay for a visor. You could rotate high ground here, you know, and maybe force point with Tracer and then try to maybe Kitsune up here. Although they could match you with Kitsune. Maybe that's what they'll try. Yeah, they're going to try it. It's going to be tough, though. No, they're not going to try it. Yeah, Kitsune versus Kitsune through a choke might be tough versus the Junker Queen. Force the angle out. They force Tracer out. Now they're forcing point. Junker Queen, they try to touch. They're looking to disengage the Kiriko. They match the Kiriko. Lip needs to run for his freaking life, bro. Wow, I'm surprised. What were they aiming for? Who are they going for? They should have gone for Lip there, I think. Yeah, Lip was the break point there. Because Kiriko could just TP away. Soldier has to run away. It's a lot worse. So, I guess, unfortunate push there. There's the Junker Queen ult. Trade. Lip runs away. Visor to catch. Visor Dumal, and they just have more ults. I actually don't even think that was poorly set up from Falcons. The execution just wasn't there. Like, Lip has to die there. Like, I don't even think Lip played it particularly well. It's just not very well played by Falcons. Yeah. Good Overwatch. Good comps, good Overwatch. Obviously some messy stuff there with Smurf and Hanbin at times. And I think they definitely looked a little bit lost on that last point. But overall, like, good Overwatch, refreshing compositions. WAC definitely deserved the match there. I think obviously Hanbin tossing some fights there, here and there, but like they looked a lot better at Esperanza. They definitely looked better, more comfortable knowing what they were doing here. Some pretty good pushing and pulling, good off-angle control. Elvin Spellcheck's chat for any questions. I was just disappointed by discussion. I'm not even gonna, we're not gonna even talk about like what's going on here. So I really like this one. A lot of fun to review. It's very refreshing to see the variety of compositions, and even if it doesn't stick around for very long, it was a lot of fun. And lots of details to point out as well. I think the big thing that stands out for me is just like the unbelievable level of main support play. Maybe that's just me. I hope if you guys have been struck by nothing else today, it's like not just the, Lip pops off, Proper pops off. Let's take a quiet moment to appreciate the main support role, the Lucios and the Brigidas. Like, I'm telling you what, guys, these guys are insane. Like, just the gap between them and the competition, the stuff that we've seen in even the best of EMEA and NA, it's unreal. Like, it is crazy. Like, the level of just the little things, the boops, the whips, even the flicking from like armor pack to whip shot. I mean, how many times do we see that? Like, that's hard to do. These are why these teams are world class. It's like there's so many flashy reasons why, but I think the main support play has been really what impressed me today. So, how good is Violet main support compared to them? I don't know nowadays. I think Violet main support was definitely a tier below them. But these are probably maybe the two best in the world. So I mean, it's not anything to be ashamed of. But I'm also a little out of the loop with them. My hot take is that my initial impression is that there's like Chio Chorong, there's like Violet and a couple of other supports, and then I think you have your Western supports, your Western main supports. I actually don't think Western main support is anything higher than D tier. Even the best of the best. I think there's a solid 2 tiers below. Might be a little bit of bias there. Maybe some Western supports can tickle around in A. Maybe Vega. I haven't seen enough Vega to really comment. But I think there's a huge mechanical gap. It's not just, decision-making in game sense. It's also just mechanical gap. Did Astros and Chio Charmong tier on Lucio? Maybe. I haven't seen as much Astro. Maybe mechanically. I think Astro in terms of... to me, it's not just the boops, though. It's also the controlling space and so on. So I'm not sure. But the other thing that makes these guys really special, too, is that their Brigidas are just as good as their Lucios. And, like, that's so rare. Like, it's not just the top, like, the S-tier Lucio, but the fact that they also have S-tier Brigida is crazy. Crazy. Rank Li Gong? I would say A tier, top A tier. Li Gong has a little bit of a feeder in him, and I don't know that his Brig is quite as good as these guys. But I would say Li Gong is probably solidly A tier. Is the weakest link for NA EMEA? Yeah, 100%. Definitely. I mean, come on, guys. Like, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, definitely the weakest point. Definitely the weakest point. I mean, even on the best Western teams right now, I think the main support for many of the teams in EMEA is their weakest role by far. Toronto, one of their weakest players. And even though Vega is really good, he's still one of their weakest players. He's competing with someone. And RuPaul. Weakest, I think Kellex on TM is pretty good, but still probably their weakest player. Maybe up, hard to say. Definitely on ENCE, definitely the weakest player. Masa is definitely, and also, I mean, who else do you guys got for a lot of the other teams? M80, weakest player. FD God, I don't know. Probably C. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think the reason why it's potentially the weakest role is just because it's not always the flashiest role necessarily. At least if you're not playing Lucio. There's a lot of like Lucio one tricks as well, which makes sense because he's the flashiest character, but maybe it makes sense, right? Ints. Yeah. Do you think the Kara angle playstyle is the framework for the huge gap in main support? So I don't necessarily think, though. I don't necessarily think so. I think the gap in terms of like the off-angling stuff is probably more to do with the level of comfort with characters like Winston and Tracer, which then leads the other characters into understanding that more. Yeah. Do you think the Kara will stomp the West on land? No idea. No idea. West punches up sometimes. Like West punches up sometimes. Like they will have that land buff, you know, that confidence stuff, that creativity. Yeah. I think a lot of it is also as well like where it's chaos favors the West. Because I guarantee these KR teams are not playing versus all the same comps, you know? So there's always that risk that somebody just faces an ELO terrorist, right? So that like something goes badly and then, yeah. You never know. Lack of volume? Yes, 100%. Lack of volume. Lack of main support is lack of volume. And that's almost always the easiest answer. Like, why aren't there that much of so-and-so? Probably lack of volume. Just not a lack of, there's just not, main support is not as competitive as a role as like hit scan. Easy to get through. Oh, yeah. Good old, oh, yeah. They've been around for forever, man. Competing, doing really well. Kane West? What? Then considering the level playing Korea, didn't consider how the West stands a chance as a just meta. Yeah, it's always a question. I think the Korean players are unquestionably better players, but then there's always a chance that there's like a good team with good enough players that just shows up and then just like pulls some weird comp or like executes really well and like rolls out, you know? Talking about like London kind of a thing. Or like you look at a team like Toronto. Toronto is honestly kind of ELO terrorist-ish, right? Because the thing with Toronto is like Toronto may not be as good as these teams that dive necessarily, but they could just pull out someone on the Roadhog and know exactly what they need to do to beat it up. Like they're a very dangerous team, right? Team like Ince, right? Dangerous team. SSG, potentially, if they can get their act together, very dangerous team, right? So, I think that the level of play is definitely going to be lower, but there's always a chance. There's a chance of punching up, I think, unquestionably. Yeah, meta matters a lot too. Luck definitely plays a game in who does well, unquestionably. It's unfortunate, but it's true. But like luck it's kind of unfortunate. You guys wouldn't like it if luck didn't play it, because it would be really boring to watch because you know who'd win. But it would also mean that it would be the meta would be very stale too. Because like part of what makes things luck play a factor is that there's a little bit of meta variance, So right, yeah, TM is really good on Ram stuff and Sig stuff, especially if it involves a Lucio, So. Yeah. Okay, chat. I'm going to crash. I love you all personally, not in a parasocial way, in a romantic, intensely passionate fashion. I'm going to miss you guys next week. We'll have YouTube cranking out. I will not be responding to DMs too much unless they're super important. So if I ghost you for a long time, there's nothing personal. But yeah, I will keep you guys updated. Let's toss a raid over to Number Blue. I'll chat with you guys on next Tuesday. Like I said, stay tuned to the YouTube stuff. We'll keep up some new projects coming out here. And yeah, we have a lot of exciting stuff coming up here. There's a lot of little things going on behind the scenes here that you guys aren't aware of. New projects, new ideas, improving video editing quality, maybe improving lighting quality, background quality, new rebrand, new project collabs. There's a whole lot of crap going on behind the scenes. So I'm really, really, really excited. There's literally so much to even talk about that I don't even know where to start. So just keep an eye out. Next 6 months, a year is going to be super busy for us here. So anyway, loves and kisses. Take care of yourself. Tell your mama that you love her if you haven't today already. Yeah, not this coming Tuesday, the 9th. Yeah. Yeah, cheers, y'all. All right, we're going to toss it right over to Number Lulu. Give him a follow and have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Spy the